Greetings all. Thank you for attending. I'll give over to VP. To you, Ms. Shongwe.
Good day, and I welcome you to today's proceedings. Our program director is Mandisa Pepeta. And I will kindly read her bio. Ms. Mandisa Pepeta, an architectural practitioner based in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, having opened her architectural company in 2004. She studied and completed architectural technology at ML Sultan Technikon, now DUT, in 2001. Having been in the industry for more than 20 years, she plays a key role in regional and national structures as follows. 2015 to current, Regional Committee of the South African Institute of Architects, KwaZulu-Natal, SAIA KZN. 2019 to current, she is serving on the 5th Term Council for the South African Council of the Architectural Professions, SACAP, where she chairs the Investigations Committee as well as the Transformation Committee. May 2022 until current, appointed chairperson of Health, Safety, Public Protection and Universal Access Transformation Collaborative Committee at the Council of the Built Environment. And in May 2020, founded a non-profit initiative called the Forum of African Built Environment Professionals, focusing on leadership and empowerment within the built environment sector. Thank you, and over to you, my leader.
Thank you so much, Councillor Tsabi. Greetings to you all. Our program today, Transformation in Indaba 2022, has started. And by so doing, I will flight our program so that we are aware on what to expect today. Councillor Tsabi, please indicate if you can see it.
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. I therefore announce that we will be having a opening and welcome by our President, Charles Njugu. We'll have a status quo presentation. We'll have a keynote address by the Deputy Minister. We'll then start our sessions on access. That will be facilitated by Clive Tutor. We will therefore afterwards have a presentation by Dr. Mtetwa. Second session is on redress, facilitated by Councillor Litsabisa Shongwe, submission by Dr. Dlamini, and then we have a session on education, facilitated by Anes Arnold. We will have our way forward and the vote of thanks. That is our program for today. The brochure has been circulated widely to the participants, as well as broader registered professionals. I therefore wish to call forward our President, Charles Njugu, to address us on the opening and welcome. Mr. Charles Njugu, practicing architect and well-known proponent of transformation in South African architectural profession, brings wealth of experience to his role as the President of South African Council for the Architectural Profession. Njugu, who received his National Diploma in Architecture in 1991 at the Peninsula Technikon, Pentec in Cape Town, Western Cape, was nominated the President of SACAP on 3 May 2019, taking over from Litsabisa Shongwe, the first woman President of the Council. He is also a holder of a Bachelor of Architectural Studies from the University of Cape Town, followed by a Bachelor of Architecture from the same institution and Master of Urban Design. I call you forth, therefore, our President, and the rest of the bio is included in our brochure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Councillor Mandisa Pepeta. I'd like to start off by just unpacking the word Indaba in our Nguni language. Indaba, you can loosely translate it to the news, but this Indaba is not only about the news. It is an Indaba which is about a challenge that we are facing as an architectural profession in terms of transformation. According to Section 14, Sub-E of Architectural Act of 2000, the council may advise the minister or any minister or the CBE on any matter relating to architectural profession. This is what we are trying to do. We invited all of you here to advise us, to share good practices, to share good ideas with us so that we can actually formulate a framework for the transformation of architectural profession for our country. And in turn, that will actually assist our continent of Africa and of course, rub off to the world as a whole. The issue of transformation is a challenge to the whole world. It is not only our problem in South Africa. Transformation is an inherent stressful exercise of changing something to a new form based on old paths. We envisage and support transformation which is premised on a sustainable approach which seeks to build our nation. It is a transformation which seeks to achieve utopian society free from inequalities triggered by the colonialism and formally entrenched by apartheid government. We have achieved democracy and freedom as a country, but the legacy of apartheid frustrates and undermines our efforts to get rid of inequalities. Architectural profession invites collaboration with all sectors of our society, collaboration with our brothers and sisters from the beautiful continent of Africa and the entire world to help us break down the walls of inequalities. We see architecture as a catalyst of change and a vehicle in achieving equal society. We can no longer shift the responsibility down to the future generation to strive to achieve transformation in our lifetime. We will focus our engagement on 3 areas: education, access, and redress. I will not go into details on these topics as they will be unpacked by our facilitators and panelists. With those few words, welcome all of you. I want to start with the Ministry of Public Works, represented by our Honorable Deputy Minister, Mr. Polo Kivit. Of course, welcoming our Program Director, Councillor Mandisa Pepeta, welcoming facilitators, panelists, RPs, which is registered persons, and the public in this transformation endeavor. With those few words, I welcome you and I declare the endeavor open. Thank you.
Thank you, President Charles Njugu. We then move on to the second session, which is outlining the status quo of this transformation in Indaba, the basis of the objectives. I will flash my screen. Please indicate, Chair, Councillor Tsabi, if you can see.
Yes, I can see.
Thank you. This session, I will be doing it with Registrar Toto Fiduli. Advocate Fiduli joined the South African Council for Architectural Profession in 1st October 2013 as a senior manager in legal and compliance. On 01 August 2018, he was appointed as the acting registrar and ultimately appointed permanently as the registrar effective 22 July 2019. Prior to joining SACAP, Advocate Fiduli worked for the South African Revenue Services. He also worked for the Competitions Commission South Africa in various capacities in the enforcement and exemption and cartels division. His expertise lies strongly in regulatory and administrative law. Full bio is on our brochure. I will then take you through this presentation. What we'll see here is the invited stakeholders and participants, the basis of transformation in Indaba, and the status quo. Then we have the pledge. If you may see, we wish to illustrate the invitations that went out for this particular Indaba. We have Department of Public Works, Treasury, Council for the Built Environment, Construction, Education and Training Authority, Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Department of Women, Youth and People with Disability, Competitions Commission South Africa, Architectural Learning Sites, Infrastructure South Africa, Voluntary Associations, Registered Persons, Commission of Gender Equality, Department of Higher Education and Training, Students, Parliamentary Representative, SADC regions, Botswana, Zambia, Mauritius, Zimbabwe, Namibia, Mozambique, Infrastructure Gauteng, Transnet National Ports Authority, South African Property Owners Association, and Banking Association of South Africa. You see those who are crossed in red did not come to this event. We therefore appreciate those who made time to come as per invitation. I will then give over to Registrar Toto Fiduli to take us through the basis of the objectives of this transformation in Indaba.
Good morning, Chairperson, and thank you for the grand introduction. And let me also greet the Deputy Minister and all the registered persons, voluntary associations, and all our stakeholders that we've invited. I'm going to share, Chairperson, thank you. So basically, my role is simply just to give an outlook of our register as it stands today in terms of the race and gender. And what we propose is a solution going forward. So the first slide really deals with the SACAP register. You'll see that we gave the outlook from 2018, 2019, 2020 until 2022. You'll see that the growth of the profession has been sluggish, has not been significant. And you can see then the wide gap between the black and white race. So clearly more work needs to be done to address these gaps. And the second slide really deals with the gender representation in the profession. You'd see that the males dominate the profession with the female with as little as 25%. So it's clear that more work needs to be done to transform the profession and to ensure that male and female benefit from the economy and also contribute to the economy. And then the next slide really deals with what we propose, the code of good practice. We have shown that the profession is characterized by gender inequality and race inequality. And you'd recall that when the constitution was introduced in South Africa, many people had hope that this constitution is going to help us to transform South Africa and ensure that there's social justice and there's equality. But after so many years, we have not yet really made good strides. Now we believe as SACAP that a sector code for the Built Environment Councils is critical in terms of the Section 9(1) of the BE Act to address the imbalances in the profession. We believe that it will facilitate transformation of the profession to achieve representation as per the country's demographics. we believe that the sector code is necessary to unlock the profession, unlock the potential of the profession and enhance growth and sustainability. And the good thing about it is that the sector code is legally binding, and therefore it will bind all state entities and all state departments, meaning that they will have to use the codes in terms of measuring BE compliance and procurement. And in that way, this will put us in a trajectory to transformation. And with the sector code, we can clearly set clear targets that are measurable so that we can see whether we are going in the right direction or the wrong direction. We can also address the skills gaps, to ensure that the skills gaps are addressed and ensure that we have a sustainable profession. Now, the next slide deals with other professional councils that have moved forward to introduce the sector code. I mean, recently Cabinet approved the legal sector code for the legal profession, and that must be applauded. And for us, we think that is the right route to take. We know that there's a construction sector code which has a transformation charter, but the transformation charter is mainly focused on the construction sector. It doesn't necessarily target the built environment professions, and that's why we believe that a sector code for the built environment professions should be. We should start something like that and push it. We also have noted that also the accountancy profession, they've got their own sector code. The property sector, they've got their own sector code. The financial sector. So this is what we think that we should follow going forward, Chairperson. So with those few words, that is my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Registrar. I will then continue with the status quo presentation. Please mute. Councillor Tsabi, can you see the screen?
Yes, I can see it.
Thank you. The architectural profession remains largely untransformed in South Africa. Racial and gender representation in the architectural profession has not changed since the advent of democracy. Therefore, the architectural profession continues to struggle with structural racial and gender transformation. The intake of Black students and women in educational institutions had been low, but it has now improved, particularly at the undergraduate level. However, the number of postgraduate level remains very low. Furthermore, the numbers of architectural graduates registering as candidates is significantly low compared to the throughput. As a result, the proportion of Blacks and women architectural candidates and professionals remains stubbornly low on the SACAP register. The number of architectural practices owned and run by Black people, people living with disability, and all women in particular remains very low as well. In addition, these architectural practices are struggling to survive due to little or no work at all. It is clear that we have a long way to go before the architectural profession can be considered representative and transformed. This is a sharp reminder of our obligation to tackle racial and gender imbalance in the architectural profession and build a culture that values diversity and promotes equality and inclusion in the architectural profession. In addressing the unacceptable status quo, we therefore host this transformation in Indaba with the key focus areas being access, redress, and education in order to make targeted, impactful interventions that would genuinely contribute to change the makeup of the architectural profession. When we look at education, the apartheid system created educational inequalities through blatant racist policies. The Bantu Education Act of 1952 ensured that Blacks receive limited knowledge and remain in the working class. How did we get here? Due to these past laws, Black people were excluded to study architecture. Most young people from rural and townships were not exposed to architecture as a career option. It is very expensive to study architecture, even to those who manage to access the institutions of higher learning. What is the current outlook? Architecture is now accessible to all Black people. However, poor educational background hampers access to architecture. Black students at educational institutions face many challenges and no support in place, and this has been evident in the high level of dropouts and low throughput. There is a low number of Black people and women with master's and PhD qualifications to increase participation in the academia, and in turn resulting in very slow inclusion of African architecture in all contexts. Forward-looking, opportunities exist to introduce outreach programs and prepare learners from basic and secondary education level, promote access to postgraduate education in architecture, improve research capability within SECAP, expand African architecture curriculum. When we look at redress, how did we get here? Due to exclusionary and discriminatory laws of the past, majority of Black architectural professionals could not achieve professional architect status. This meant in the promulgation of the Architectural Act, they could only qualify to register as professional architectural draftspersons and technologists, the lowest categories of registration. As a result, Blacks and women were excluded from meaningful economic opportunities. What is the current outlook? The majority registered in the lower categories of registration can hardly get appointed or participate in significant projects. This perpetuates inequality in the architectural profession. The Blacks, women, and people living with disability who managed to study architecture at universities, registered in the higher category as professional architects, continue to suffer exclusion as the private sector opens majority of opportunities to white architectural professionals. How we do approach forward-looking? Opportunities exist to encourage registered professionals with appropriate experience to apply through redress programs, such as SECAP recognition of prior learning, special consent, and limited special dispensation, which enable access to meaningful architectural work and economic opportunities. Institutions of higher learning must commit to implementing provisions of recognition of prior learning policies that exist. SACAP, voluntary associations, and educational institutions must bridge the gap and work together to introduce mentorship programs at architectural learning sites to mentor Black students and women to improve throughput, enable entry to the profession, to the professional practice and academic opportunities. We look at access. How did we get here? Blacks and women were excluded to participate meaningfully in economic opportunities in South Africa for decades. Blacks and women architectural professionals do not get meaningful opportunities in private and public sector. Government, being the largest infrastructure implementing portal, discontinued effective roster system and introduced anti-transformative tender system. What is the current outlook? Tenders have destroyed emerging Black and women-owned firms and firms in general. Average of 30 firms bidding for one tender, resources going to waste. Government infrastructure departments exclude architectural professionals in most of infrastructure projects. We have examples of human settlements and other municipalities which exclude architectural professionals. Black and women architectural graduates cannot find mentors to undergo work-based training and qualify as architectural professionals. Thus, there is mass production of Black and women students by educational institutions, but no work to absorb them. No data or statistics available on government transformation goals and targets. Forward-looking, opportunities exist to create opportunities for Blacks and women graduates to get mentorship, reintroduce the roster system, set aside budget for transformation is key to monitor statistics on every infrastructure budget on transformation spend. What is transformation? When we looked at the dictionary, it says transformation is a marked change in form, nature, or appearance. It also said it is a process by which one figure, expression, or function is converted into another of similar value. As SECAP, we believe transformation is inclusion. It does not mean those who occupy the room must leave. It just means open the door so that those who are outside can also get in. We are asked the question, why now? The transformation conversation has been made difficult by people or forces who refuse to acknowledge the inequalities of the past and look forward to a possibility of a brighter future of equality for all. We will not accept the status quo, and the opportunities to change the status quo in a cohesive manner exist. Today is one day evident that cohesively we can resolve challenges that impede transformation, united. Our speakers and panelists are diverse and here to unpack how. This process has been very inclusive, building up to today, and are very pleased with all those that have partnered with SECAP in this conversation of transformation by your interaction in webinars, Facebook, and today here, our honorable speakers and panelists. The Fifth Term Council started this work 3 years ago, and some present here have been on it for a lifetime. Is this another talk shop? No. Where to from here? We are focusing on building a framework that can be measured by implementation and accountability and consequences. I will wish to roll down to my slide for the pledges and wish that we consider the pledges that we have prepared for today. We have pledges that we have prepared for today, and those pledges will request that you be an agent of transformation in any space that you occupy. We have pledge 1, it reads, we pledge to remain determined to contribute to transformation of architectural profession by acting in a manner that allows inclusiveness and access to opportunities for all. We pledge to support and create enabling environment and opportunities to foster the transformation of architectural profession. We pledge to participate in my capacity to improve the availability and access of architectural services to all South Africans. We then request that all participants in your online platforms, you use our hashtag for today, United in Transformation, I_pledge, we are SECAP, and our pledges are online. You can copy and post them on your online profile. Thank you very much. I will then next wish to acknowledge that in our midst, we have the Deputy Minister of Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. And then I call forth our President, Charles Ndugu, to introduce the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. It is my pleasure to introduce Ms. Nakolo Kivitz, our Deputy Minister, who has always been with us from day one since we took over as a Fifth Term Council. The support she's giving us, she really makes us believe that the Ministry of Public Works is with us in this journey. Mam Nakolo, with the clan name Mampele, is a native of Eastern Cape, Mpuma Colony, who was born in East London, Emonti, Kwamekeni location. She matriculated in 1980 at Wangaletu High School and went to register for Deep Juris at University of Transkei in 1983. Like many students of her generation, her academic career and tenure as a student was short-lived, following her expulsion by the then Transkei Homeland regime due to her political activism. As she could not formally further her studies, she started her work career in 1987 in serving in various clerical positions until her resignation from formal employment in 1997 to join the legislature. Given her political background in her student days, she elected She was elected as a senior shop steward in the position of a chairperson of the shop steward committee. This is the position that allowed her to receive training, albeit informality, in organizational management, chairing, report writing, planning, and media management, among other courses. Kivet's applications led to her being elected to various positions since 1987 in the labor movement. In 1989, she was one of the delegates to the Conference for a Democratic Future on negotiations held in Gauteng. She became the provincial deputy chairperson of Chemical Workers Industrial Union, CWIU, and later provincial treasurer of the Congress of South African Trade Union, COSATU. In Bodakai region, she served as a representative of labor in NEDLEC in the Finance and Fiscal Chamber until 1997, when she was elected as a representative and joined the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature as a member. Between 2003 and 2004, she was deployed as a chairperson of Portfolio Committee, Office of the Premier, and was a member in the following committees: Finance and Provincial Expenditure, Economic Affairs, Youth, Gender and People with Disability, SCOPA, and member of Advisory Board. In 2004, she was elected as a Speaker of Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, a position she held until 2009, when she was entrusted with an honor of being the Eastern Cape Premier until she finished her term in 2014. As education remained her passion throughout her working career, in 2006, honors Ms. Kivet enrolled to further her academic career. This saw her completing an advanced certificate honors degree, and in 2010 graduated as master's degree in public administration from the University of Fort Hare. In 2018, the Rhodes Business School awarded her a pre-PhD certificate in business and management research after she successfully completed pre-PhD workshop, thus allowing her to now enroll for a doctorate degree. In 2009, her organization, the African National Congress, affirmed its trust on her leadership abilities and elected her as a fifth Premier of the Democratic Government in Eastern Cape. It is during her term as a Premier that Eastern Cape saw the implementation of massive investments for social and economic infrastructure of unprecedented proportions. Due to her outstanding work and that of the men and women, she served with the Executive Council. In the Executive Council, the people of Eastern Cape saw it fit to give the African National Congress in the province a B symbol in the general election of 2014. Following the elections in 2014, the governing party once again entrusted her with the enormous task of being the Speaker of Provincial Legislature. She was the second stint. This was the second stint as a Speaker of the Provincial Legislature, and no one can doubt that she has the skill, the acumen, and the experience to lead one of the arms of the democratic government in the province, in the legislature. Ubelegazi, as she affectionately known in the Eastern Cape province, is an avid lover of sports who once confessed that when watching rugby, she only wants to see favorite team, the Springboks, winning games through excellent tries than winning on penalties. Please allow me to welcome Umampele, Umamunakolo, Kivet, our DM. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Well, the program director today is the Sismandi, but let me appreciate the introduction by our president of SACAP, Ndaten Charles Nduku. Let me also greet the entire council of SACAP. I saw on the platform we have CBE. The chair of CBE is with us. I would also want to greet him together with all our entities that are participating on the platform. The officials from the various departments invited. All our participants today, I can see that you have logged almost 735 now participants on the platform, which for me is really reflecting on the seriousness that the participants are taking in viewing the agenda of the day. The president in his opening remarks alluded to what Indaba is. And I felt it necessary that those who are used to us doing keynote addresses through speeches are going to be surprised today, because I said if I were attending an Indaba, that's an engagement. And therefore it's an opportunity for us to say things as we see them, engage with others how they see them. And in that engagement, we work to ensure that we see the issues the same way, so that the Indaba can come up with resolutions. And therefore, allow me, Chair, our program director, to take a leaf in first appreciating the work in the two introductions that have been made already. They reflect the seriousness that SACAP is viewing the issues of transformation. And interestingly, those of us who watch the parliamentary channel or the YouTube channel where Parliament streams live the engagement of Parliament with the executive, one would not stop but realize that this whole week, transformation has been the word on everyone's lip. And therefore, as I engage here, I'm influenced also by the thinking and the levels of engagement that we've had. We are meeting at this time to engage. We need to reflect on the country's status, because as we seek to transform, we need to understand where we come from, where we are, and where we want to be, and therefore where we are going. And therefore, I will start my input by reflecting on the country's growth crisis. Not only our country is experiencing that growth crisis, the world over. If you look at the war in Ukraine and its impact, both in Europe and again, the world over, the inflation in the US and as well as Europe, the high inflation rate, which is creeping into our country as well, the slow recovery of China post the COVID-19 pandemic. We would recall that China has been at the forefront of economic growth, and now they are struggling a bit. Remember also that recovery or economic growth that we were beginning to experience was, we were coming from the 2008 again crisis, economic crisis. And that time, 2008, 2009, various countries, you knowing them, Europe and US, used their muscle, their financial backing to boost the economic growth. There came COVID 2019, which again affected the whole world, which impacted on the finances of the whole world. Now you are faced with governments whose muscle has diminished, and therefore they can't do what they did in 2008, 2009. They now are also facing the fiscal cliff. Understanding that South Africa's economy is based is more export oriented. We mine our minerals and we export them as they are, which gives rise to us depending more on export than processing our goods internally, and therefore depending on our imports. Now, that leads to a situation which makes our growth as a country or our economic recovery, as we have fondly named it, that economic recovery is exacerbated by this export orientation. As if that was not enough, we're now facing load shedding. Then one is going to ask, but what has that got to do with us and the industry we are in, which we want to transform? I would want to remind all of us that we have the National Development Plan 2030, which National Development Plan also had set targets. Such targets are to eliminate poverty and reduce inequality. And there are a lot, but I chose these two because I would want to show their relevance in the discussion at hand. We cannot, the NDP also clearly states that we cannot meet any of those NDP targets without ensuring that we draw energies to do so from our people. We need the country to draw energies of all South Africans. We need to grow an inclusive economy. Now, the inclusivity is one of the problems that you highlight as a challenge that needs to be confronted when we talk transformation. We're talking about building capabilities, and those capabilities can only be realized through skilled people or through an HR investment of serious note. We also need to enhance the capacity of the state. These are steps that the NDP is lifting as steps that are necessary for the country to recover and grow. But most of all, we need to promote leadership and partnerships throughout society. Remember, the NDP is not a government plan, it's a nation's plan. And therefore, for all these that I've stated, those steps, the building of capabilities, the promoting of leadership, the enhancing of capacity, they can be there. But if we don't deal decisively with corruption in every aspect of what we do, we shall continue to cry that there is no transformation. But also, if we don't deal with this, we will continue to cry about what Jonas calls the cappuccino economy. The cream on top, the white layer on top, and the black cup of coffee that is there. So we need to confront this, and we need a strategy to deal with this. Partly, the president, when he was speaking to us, touched on the legislation that creates this council called SACEP. And he touched on one part of it, and I focused on the other part of it. The part that gives powers to the council to establish mechanisms for registered persons to gain employment, for the council on subsection paragraph H to enter into agreements with other persons or bodies of persons within and outside the Republic with regard to the recognition of any exam qualification and so on. But on the 14G, it talks to taking the necessary steps for protection of the public. And for me, we tend to limit this protection of the public to cases, individual cases. And I would want us to understand that actually for our profession, protecting the public also means ensuring that we participate in measures that are to limit the global warming. And therefore we save our environment. Because when we save our environment, we protect the public. And my advice to councils when I engage them from time to time, I've asked them to do a clause by clause analysis of the legislation that is there, which sets them up. And measure themselves. To what extent are they living up to those legal prescripts on which basis they were set? Because it is my considered view that we are not doing enough just on the legislation that is readily available. We are not doing enough to explore and interpret the mandate prescribed in those pieces of legislation. And I would make that plea once more to SACEP as well, to say, go back and work on the legislation. but also for me, what is also of critical importance is that we need a SACEP that understands that the issues of collaboration, issues of working together, issues of advocacy, the council must be able to advocate for the profession. Working, of course, with CBE as a coordinating body, and now with the Transformation Collaborative Forum that are there. Because for me, SACEP won't be able to realize transformation on its own. It needs both the muscle and the wisdom of other sectors or other professions to come together. I'll pick up one example that comes straight to my mind. When we talk about protecting the public and therefore protecting the environment, Agrima SA is an entity of the Department of Public Works, whose focus is on alternative construction materials and processes. To what extent is SACEP interacting with Agrima? Because as you do your work as an architect, being mindful of the issues of global warming and the need to go green, are we then exploring our designs to fit the new approved technologies, which are green technologies? Are our designs compensating for this? Because for me, until you go to uncharted waters to expand your horizon, if you close yourselves in the cocoon, that when I passed the degree in 2010, all that which I knew then makes me, and the years that I've been doing it, makes me an expert. In a changing environment, you actually, that degree becomes obsolete. And therefore, we need to expand our horizon as we transform ourselves as organizations, our space that we operate in. But yes, the issues that have been also raised by, I think it's Mandy, who was sharing with us the statistics, or is the chairperson, the statistics and the experiences of South Africans around issues of apartheid. We cannot run away from that fact, that it is a fact that the reason why the Constitution enjoins us, the reason why the Constitution forces us to work to heal the injustices of the past. This is not from me, it's from the Constitution, which we all accepted and adopted. It means there were injustices in the past, and those injustices must be challenged so as to deal with them, find solutions on how to heal the nation against those injustices. But if we continue to do the same thing the same way and expect different results, you know what that means, that you will not have the kind of progress you would want to see. And therefore, it becomes my view that we need a thorough research and innovation, assessing the kind of decisions that we've taken in the past, assess their impact on what you would want to realize, so as to be able to take informed decisions on how to move into the future. And therefore, I do want to encourage SACAP to take the necessary steps to strengthen your research and innovation capacity, because that will help you broaden your horizon, and it will help you and the members. And when I say you, I mean the whole, the registered professionals, the candidates, everybody who is under the umbrella of SACAP. It will help broaden that horizon and get more people into the economic space or into the world of employment. And therefore, I really do want to advise a refocus to designs that are commensurate with the green technologies. And therefore, I really do want to encourage, Chair, all of us here to say, yes, our country is there are a lot of, we are all under a lot of pressure and stress. And the transformation targets everywhere you go become a cry, because people are saying, we are 30 years in, almost 30 years into our democracy, and we still feel the pinch. And they need relief from the pinch. And therefore, Chair, in trying to motivate everyone that we do not go into despair as we engage on this sensitive topic, I do want to borrow the words of a William Arthur Ward, who says, and I quote, "Nothing limits achievement like small thinking. Nothing expands possibilities like unleashed thinking." I'm therefore here to close quote. I'm therefore here inviting all of us to unleash our thinking capabilities, so as to come up with strategies that will help us resolve these issues. The issues of access that the chair has spoken to, the issues of redress that we have spoken to. We have a lot of legislation that talks to those issues. How we strengthen access, how we strengthen redress. But whether you talk employment equity, I mean, yes, Employment Equity Act, Preferential Procurement Act, I note the criticism on the procurement legislation, and I hope that the participants, we had encouraged them to write to Treasury, because that bill is now, I mean, the procurement legislation is now under review, and our experiences must inform the changes that are necessary in that legislation. And we can only do so when we participate in the processes. I know that there are comments that came from all our entities, and we have channeled them to Treasury, and those are under consideration now. But it shouldn't begin and end there. Innovation, innovation, innovation. We must innovate. The opportunities that the department is creating, and I'm happy when the chair, I mean the president is saying, is reporting to the participants that whatever the differences that there were in the past that made the department not to work well with its entities. As we speak, we are focused on ensuring that those differences would be issues of the past. There are in collaborations now that are visible on the ground, and which I really want to commend the leadership of our entities for kind of taking that advice on how best we collaborate together. And therefore, Chair, I wish to close and wish everyone, all participants and deliberations here coming out of here, the best. Don't forget to unleash your thinking capability. The country needs our brains, the country needs our strategies, and the country needs all of us. It is not going to take government alone, it is going to take all of us alone to transform our country. All the best, President and their team and all participants. Thank you for the opportunity once more.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. We appreciate your submission this morning. The architectural profession is very honored that you could come and share with us. And in your submission, you spoke about our experiences that must inform the changes that are necessary in procurement to realize the transformation that we wish to see. And in our program today, we have diverse speakers and panelists that will speak to the experiences and how do we move forward. And also you spoke about the promotion of leadership and partnerships that is key and that is necessary, and the building of capacity. We know and we are not sure how long you will stay with us, but we really appreciate that you could take time to come through. And also you spoke about legislation that exists that must be used to realize transformation. So we take those words from you and we appreciate. We therefore now at 11 o'clock, we will take a coffee break up to 15:15 and then continue with our program. Our next session is Access, that will be led by facilitator Clive Chuta. The panelists there are Mr. Mpo Mashaba and Mr. Ruben Reddy, Ms. Tanzim Razak, Mr. Ishmael Mosinyi. We will start the session then at 10:00. So let's make it 10 minutes. Thank you so much. And then Mr. Munetsi.
Chair.
Is it the time to open the videos right now during the break time, if we request that?
Yes, Chair.
For when we start the next session?
Yeah, we can open now.
All right. Can we request that all attendees and participants, we just open the videos just for a minute, and then we can close them back in. Thank you so much.
Dr. Mutetwa and Ruben. One, two, three.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are now on 11:10. I wish to introduce our next session, Access. Our facilitator is Mr. Clive Chuta. Clive is a Transformation Committee member. Clive Chuta is a professional registered architect who has extensive experience in the public sector with the planning and implementation of education facilities across the Western Cape. As a built environment practitioner, his involvement stretches across various projects and programs from a strategic, operational, and implementation perspective. Clive has held an appointment of the South African Council for the Architectural Professions Transformation Committee since June 2019 as an independent member, where specific issues referencing access, redress, and education afflicting the profession and the built environment are unpacked in order to navigate the profession towards greater inclusivity. Clive has also undertaken stakeholder mapping and management on various education facilities projects, working intimately with communities to ensure appropriate beneficiation participation. I wish to welcome you, Clive, to your session. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Thank you for that kind words in introduction. It gives me great pleasure to facilitate the access session at the behest of the SACAP 5th Term Council Transformation Committee. The notion of access was adopted as one of the 3 strategic pillars to advance the transformation agenda of the 5th Term Council. The composition of this panel was conceptualized to unearth the latent potential of access through stimulating a dialogue of lived experiences and realities by the members representing particular constituencies and valued stakeholders. It is a known reality that historically disadvantaged versus currently disadvantaged individuals have issues and constraints in entering the profession. This is further exacerbated by that upon qualification, candidates and professionals find it extremely difficult to source sustainable work opportunities and as such build sustainable and nourished practices. This, by design, deters many promising and talented individuals to pursue a career in the architectural profession, which by implication ensures the preservation of the status quo. It is further nuanced that procurement regulations and statutes do not do enough, and this, together with aspects of fragmented service delivery, inhibits equitable access to opportunities, which is a consequence not only impedes the transformation agenda, but threatens the sustainability of the profession. With that mentioned, colleagues and honored guests, I'd like to introduce the 4 panelists that will be facilitating this conversation with us today. We've got Mr. Paul Mashaba that will be representing the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. We've got Mr. Ruben Reddy. We've got Ms. Tanzim Razak, and we've got Mr. Ishmael Mushini, a colleague from the Botswana Architects Council. Welcome, colleagues. How are you doing this morning?
Good morning. Doing okay.
Mr. Mashaba, I think I'm going to start with you this morning to facilitate this dialogue, specifically with Public Works being regarded as one of the major implementers. I think before we start, Mr. Mashaba, can you maybe just give us a brief biography and introduction of your designation and your component?
All right. I'm the director in the Public Entities Unit in the IGR, and our major function is to interface with our public entities and professional councils and facilitate a number of things, among which is your, performance assessments, the plans that the entities have for the year, their annual reports, and any other matter that needs the attention of the executive authority. So that's essentially what we do. I've been in this role, I think, for close to 3 years now. I've had some experience at ministerial level, working as a parliamentary officer, obviously interfacing with the members of parliament. So I've been in the government space for a little while now. I think I've gained some valuable experience in my journey. Yeah, so that's me in a nutshell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mashaba. And thank you for standing in and at such late notice. I'll try and be kind on you. I think, Mr. Mashaba, for many aspects, the government entities is seen as a system, as a monster, as a beast, and the words directed by the Deputy Minister is that we need to think bold. And the marker of a system is characterized by 3 things. So it's people and process and technology. And I think the Minister focused on the technological advances and how it pertains. But I think for this session particularly, I want to focus a little bit on people, and I'd like to focus a little bit on processes. And as I said earlier on, I don't want to talk policy and strategy because we all know culture eats up strategy for breakfast. So with that said, Mr. Mashaba, I've got a few questions for you. And I'm going to start with the first one. Public Works, or the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, is regarded as one of the primary developers and implementers of public infrastructure. What are the tangible steps and measures being taken at national and regional levels to stimulate access to work and employment opportunities?
Well, there's quite a number of initiatives that government is taking, just to expand, working opportunities, not only for professionals, but
Deputy Minister?
I can hear you, Clive.
Mr. Mashaba?
Mashaba's frozen.
Okay, I think adaptability is also part of transformation. I think let's, Mr. Mashaba,
I'm having a connection challenge.
You froze there for a second.
Apologies for that. I think I'm using the office network. It's not that great, but I think let's try, and you let me know if there is a problem. Yeah. As I said, there's a number of initiatives. We make sure that we work with a number of government departments. As you will know, that the departments that are at the coalface of service delivery, they come to Public Works basically for the erection of the necessary infrastructure. So we interact with those particular departments, in terms of their plans, and not only just to construct infrastructure, but to put it in line with some of the ongoing initiatives. For instance, looking towards the Millennium Development Goals, we want to create a sustainable environment. So we are looking into green technologies. So those are some of the things that we are facilitating. And just the other week, we were actually launching the eco-labeling scheme with one of our entities, the Agrima South Africa, which will actually make sure that some of the products that we use in the construction industry actually are of such a nature that they contribute towards sustainability in the environment. And various other initiatives that we take is that we have the district development model, whereby we work with various entities and organs of states in all three spheres of government, and throughout the 44 districts, where we contribute towards what we call the one plan. So that's where, each and every department gets to look in terms of its plans, what's in the offing, and actually contribute towards that one plan, in order to come up with services that actually reach the people. Because we are moving away from a fragmented way of putting infrastructure, in various localities. We are now coming up with a plan whereby, we can make sure that people access all the relevant services, from various nodes. So that's some of the initiatives that we are taking, and others. We have clients like we have our entity, one of our entities, the CIDB, which actually facilitates the capacitation of client departments throughout the three spheres of government. And this is to make sure that, projects don't actually get stuck in the office. We must make sure that people are able to understand SCM prescripts in particular, so that we can actually make sure that the jobs actually go out there and the infrastructure gets constructed. So there's quite a number of initiatives that we undertake as government to make sure that, we create that access to work for all and access to services.
Thank you, Mr. Mashab. I think you partly answered my question and focused more on the process. I'm going to bring you back to people and persons. Don't worry, I was in public works for a really long time too. In a post-COVID economic recovery milieu, right? And in many corners of the country, infrastructure is being regarded as the lifeblood of the economy. What is the importance of priority being given to representation? And I'm going to be clear, representation is people like us for us, especially with projects in underserved communities.
Well, representation is very, very, very important. I think you will understand the history of the country, where we're coming from, and where we are trying to go, and then some of the principles that that are espoused in our constitution. We try to make sure that we actually speak to that people aspect, and some of the things that we are doing. For instance, we are putting an emphasis on ensuring that we transform the professions. I think as one you will know that I think there's probably overall throughout all the professions, I think there's about 73% representation of whites, so which means there's about 27% representation. But also it's not just about issues of race, but it's also about issues of gender, and also people living with disabilities. So we are trying to actually address those particular aspects. And what we have done, we have now zeroed in, very much particularly in terms of procurement, and making sure that we take bold steps towards ensuring that work actually goes to people who would call people from disadvantaged backgrounds, or your designated groups, if you will. So it's a very bold step that we are taking, and we are monitoring that on a vigorous basis. Although we are having challenges in that regard, because one big challenge that we have right now is that we don't have enough work going out there. We don't, but we are making the means that from the work that we have, that we actually we target the people and make sure that there's that representation. But also what we want to do, we want to make sure that we use the projects as basis for development. Because what we want to do, we want to make sure that your graduates, your candidates actually get opportunities for training on these projects, so that we can actually see, that transformation actually taking place, because we don't want to see this phenomenon of candidates being or a person being stuck at the candidature level for a very long time. We actually want to see them actually progress and move forward towards professional registration. So there's various initiatives that we are taking, and amongst others, even in the department, we are offering bursary programs. We also have the Young Professionals Program. So there's quite a number of initiatives that we are taking to make sure that, we address that issue of representativity.
Thank you, Mr. Mashaba. Last question. I will come back to you at some point about the hows and the whens, about the shoulds, Yeah. But, since you have particular experience, in the intergovernmental relations space, what are the constraints and limitations prevalent in the public space which impedes the implementation of executable policies, being the verb, executable policies, which can fast-track the advancement of equitable access of work opportunities to historically disadvantaged individuals?
Yeah, I think as I indicated earlier, that one of the initiatives being undertaken by one of our entities, the CIDB, is the capacitation of clients, and it's because of a major constraint that is there in terms of a lack of capacity, and we're not necessarily talking lack of capacity in terms of warm bodies, but we are having people there who are not actually being able to translate what's on paper into something that actually can translate into a project on the ground, and unfortunately we find ourselves in a situation where, in terms of the country's fiscus, it's getting more and more tighter because of the economic situation, and therefore we are not able to put we're not able to invest so much in human resources. So what we have to do is then work with what we have, and the leverage that we are using is that, through with the various partners, we aim towards, the capacitation of our clients, to make sure that they are able to roll out projects. And the other thing, to make sure that, in terms of development, because it's not enough to plan a project and provide a service. What's very key is that there must be developmental aspects that actually seen in the plan, and therefore we need those individuals that are able to just look at a plan and see how you integrate those developmental aspects and make sure that you not only create access to services.
Thank you, Mr. Mashaba. I much appreciate it. I think you kind of covered it. Our next panelist, I don't think needs any introduction. Mr. Ruben Reddy. Mr. Reddy is the immediate past president of SAIA, internationally recognized architects with 30 years experience. He heads a nationally based firm with offices across the country, and an award-winning firm in experience with multitudes of building topologies, and he's played a role in the delivery of many competition venues. And the one thing that is very emboldened in his profile is that he's always been consistent in a commitment to change in South Africa since the early 1980s, and will always speak truth to power. Good afternoon, good morning, Mr. Reddy. How are you doing this morning?
Good afternoon, Mr. Tutor.
Very nice to make your acquaintance, and it's an absolute pleasure being in your company.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Reddy, I've got 3 questions. I've got 3 questions for you, and I'm quite sure you'll be able to weave it into a succinct response. As a seasoned campaigner in the profession, on the backdrop of what Mr. Mashaba has said, what in your view should be the role of state entities to advance access and the resilient growth of the profession? The second tenet to that question would be, How did you manage against debilitating conditions, I think that has been framed in the opening statements of this morning's Indaba, to build a sustainable practice stretching many decades? And what advice do you have for aspiring and practitioners like myself? And then most importantly, I'd really like to hear this answer, because it really it illuminated from the page when I read it, that you have quipped on occasion that unlike any other creative industries who seems to embrace trends and fashions and fads, architecture is a political profession, not just a cultural one. And it's obviously a societal dissertation that's required there. So in this context, what does activism look like? Thank you, Mr. Reedy.
Thanks very much. I must thank the leadership of SACAB and its administration. I've prepared something, so I'm gonna, and it'll look like I'm reading, and I am. So let me go through. I must thank, firstly, the leadership of SACAB and its administration for granting me this opportunity to be part of this extremely important transformation job. Of course, I must also recognize my fellow panelists and moderator and facilitators, all highly skilled intellects whose contributions I'm sure you will find most interesting and thought-provoking. We all are hopeful that this Indaba will impact on the lives of those within our profession, but as importantly, will impact on the lives of the vast majority of our citizens, whose reliance on our skills depend on their well-being and relative comfort. I say this provocatively because as professionals, we tend to be insular. The adage that it's through us that transformation needs to find traction, and that the center will hold only if professionals are fully transformed. I'm afraid I do not and never will hold this view. A transformed populace that experiences all the rights enshrined in our Bill of Rights and the Constitution has to be at the forefront of any transformation movement. It is that target that should never shift. In saying that, I have to self-reflect. I've had my fair share of trials and tribulations, and dare I say, a dollop of massive luck. I have often also described my life as an architect as schizophrenic, an attraction to the delight of the profession and the yearning to do the right thing to make a better life for all. And I've often struggled to understand that contradiction. My education as an architect was uneventful, to say the least. There are still members of staff of the then Architecture School of the University of Natal and colleagues of mine during that time who struggle to believe that this long-haired, overtly political, ultra-leftist socialist will cut it in the profession, let alone run a nationally based firm. Come to think of it, I'm shocked myself too. Over the last 34 years of my practice life, I managed to navigate the times during the tangible winds of change that engulfed us during the late 1980s. Business had begun to engage the ANC in exile. The UDF and the labor movement had de facto become the vanguard of the mass democratic movement within the country. I spent large amounts of my time in the NUMSA education offices and at shop stewards meetings with workers in metal industry factories to assist them in understanding some of the development proposals thrown at them in their communities they reside by the then apartheid government. All this between doing garages and outbuildings in and around Durban. The only public work architects at the time could undertake were schools commissioned by the House of Delegates or the House of Representatives. I refused to apply for that work, even though I had an uncle who was education planner at the time who couldn't understand my refusal to put my firm on their list. So we always have an uncle. But I fought against the tricameral parliament while a student in 1984, and I would rather starve than compromise. So how did it go from there to here? I know this is seriously blowing a trumpet here, and I'm seriously a bad musician, and I'm tone deaf. Yes, that dollop of luck. You see, I knew in order to succeed in this divided environment, with little experience, I had to reduce the competition. So I went with my passion, sport. I soon discovered that sports architects are very few, let alone in South Africa, but across the world. I took my opportunities afforded me by agencies like the Cape Town 2004 Bid Company in 1995 and later the local organizing committees of both the Cricket World Cup and the FIFA World Cup held in 2010, and ran with it. Soon I was asked to speak at international conferences and invited to submit proposals internationally, and the rest, they say, is history. But sport buildings and events are few and far between. So I used the same thinking of reducing the competition and found healthcare buildings also had very few practitioners. I took over staff from a colleague who was involved in hospital design and was emigrating. So I built the healthcare part of that firm around it. It's incredible, as most would know, that sports buildings and healthcare buildings must constitute seriously complex building types. But I've yet to do a shopping center whose clients themselves call the individual stores that make up the shopping center boxes. I have also never done a building in Sandton, Century City, and I'm just only now participating in a residential development in Umhlanga village. Maybe not doing projects in parts of our cities that have resulted in decay at the core of our cities is a good thing. So my staff is going to kill me for that. So my advice to aspiring practitioners is find your competitive edge, your unique separator, and carve a path for yourself. If this dumb, graying leftist who remains an activist can build an office that at one time grew to nearly 100 people, then anybody can with a bit of hard work, and you make your own luck. The state has a massive role to play in advancing programs that promote growth of the profession and attracting talent from school leavers. In particular, those previously excluded, particularly African women. We hear constantly of this massive infrastructure bill, but unless the state has the capacity to roll out implementation strategies, these are doomed. The pedestrian response to the recent KZN floods are a case in point. That is where I believe the profession has a role to play, and the states need to actively engage us to assist. A stable profession survives on a pipeline of projects. So implementation plans need to be part of the medium-term budget policy statement. If that is the only thing that Minister Godongwana says next week, it would go a long way towards achieving sustainable growth. Make construction front and center, sir. Of course, all of this embracing the 17 UN sustainability goals, which include transformation strategies. Clive reminded me that I have often stated that architecture is a political profession, and I will continue to make that statement to whoever wants to listen. The issue is that architecture schools need to cross-engage departments within their institutions to teach architects sociology, politics and philosophy, and environmental engineering. I remember when I was a student activist, I used to sneak into politics and comparative African government lectures with fellow activists who were social science students and grab their reading lists. I'll wait the session on education to see where the teachers of our profession take the transformation debate. We have a window to change the course of architectural education, and it's an opportunity we dare not miss. Further, I strongly believe that architects should enter the political space as leaders. Use the example of former UIA president and ex-mayor of Curitiba, Brazil, Jamie Lerner, the man who introduced public transport to the developing world as a means of social economic development, not only to his city in Brazil, but to the world. I want to encourage all those present to read the Indaba Scenarios 2030, prepared in 2018 by the Mapungubwe Institute for Strategic Reflection, led by Joel Netshitenzi. 2013 chosen carefully as the date highlighted for effective change as stated in the National Development Plan. I've always tried to read as many articles and books as I could get my hands on by Netshitenzi, as I do believe he's by far one of the greatest strategic thinkers of the political economy in our country. His keynote at the recent SAPOA conference is seminal. The Scenarios 2030 identified 3 possibilities, and they are called is bourgeois, an enclave bourgeois nation, Nyale Walk, a nation in step with itself, and Gwara Gwara, a floundering false dawn. Does that ring a bell? All with 3 key driving forces of social inequality, resistance, resentment, and reconciliation, an institutional leadership capacity that attempts to address social cohesion as the fundamental objective. I don't want to spoil it for you, as I believe everyone can find their own space within any of the scenarios. But I will conclude with a paragraph from the foreword by Dr. Somadoda Fikini of the Indlulamiti scenarios. Social cohesion refers to the levels of integration and inclusion in communities and in society at large. Often, it reflects various measures of participation or non-involvement in social organizations or institutions. It is shaped by disparities in income and wealth, as well as by levels of interpersonal and intergroup trust. Crime rates and frequencies of violence, as well as overall well-being and the general health of populations are often mirrored in measures of social cohesion. It is often encapsulated via expressions of common values and manifested in senses of nationhood and of shared ethics and ideals.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Reddy. Thank you for your question. I think you went beyond it. Thank you for your candor. Thank you for your insight, and thank you for your pearls of wisdom. When I think about activism and actually promoting change and being a guideline or lighthouse for aspiring professionals, I think you definitely come to mind. Thank you very, very much, Mr. Reddy, for your contribution to the practice.
Thank you.
Our next speaker needs no introduction. Is my colleague, Tanzim Razak. She's a director and founding partner of the practice Lemon Pebble Architects, urban design in Johannesburg. And Tanzim graduated from University of Wits with a B.Arch in 2004 and M.Arch cum laude in human settlements at the Katholieke Universiteit in Belgium. Tanzim is a passionate advocate for transformation, spatial transformation in South African cities, and a focus is in design in areas of limited resources. She's created and heads up a creative team that works on public buildings and housing in post-apartheid urban context that seeks to critically uncover and make explicit hidden narratives. Tanzim, it's an absolute pleasure hosting you today. And you've been a formidable colleague and breath of fresh air on our very eclectic Transformation Council. Tanzim, I've got a few questions for you, and I know that it really speaks to your particular nuance in the industry. 3 questions. First is, in a rapidly evolving global milieu, where technology is a defining tenet of producing better efficiencies and reimagining systems alternatives, from your lived experience as academic and practitioner, what is the impact you have on stimulating access and bridging the equality gap? I think especially with reference to what the Deputy Minister mentioned earlier on. And then from your experience with architectural competitions, what should the role be of SACAP to level the playing field to bolster greater entry and success of struggling professionals and practices? And then lastly, in terms of tendering for work opportunities as a procurement strategy by state entities, from your experience, is this firstly viable in terms of time spent in preparing bids? And secondly, is this sustainable in promoting access to work opportunities? Over to you, Ms. Razak.
Thank you, Clive, and thank you for just giving me the platform to speak about things that are quite close to my heart. It's quite a formidable thing to talk after Mr. Reddy, who's been a pioneer in shaping the industry for us to come after him in order to work in an equitable space. But I love that you asked me about lived experience. And so my responses are really going to be about pragmatic solutions. I find that everyone acknowledges that transformation is required, But we're not putting, solutions forward, pragmatic solution that will just fill in the gaps for us as practitioners and outline them and say what can be done on a very simple, systematic way. So my first thing about technology is, so yes, we have to embrace technology, and technology has allowed us, especially as young practitioners or even a startup or even an established one, to have global reach, which we didn't have in the past few years. We can now sit in on a lecture at Harvard, or you can even have an alternative practice that works for the North and South while they're sleeping, we're working. Or as a young person, you can have a reach and put yourself as an international practice, which wasn't even 10 years ago a sustainable thing. However, we need to look at it in the context of South Africa. What does it really mean? Because there's a haves and the have-nots, and the access to technology means that you have to have resources. And just in my own experience, what's happened was, say, pandemic. Yes, it made us fluid, and yes, we could have a choice of our lifestyles, and still now we could have a hybrid. But if I live, someone like me who lives in a disadvantaged community and I have resources, there's lack of infrastructure. I didn't have 3G. I had DSL. Not even fiber. So can you imagine how unprofessional it is when you're having an international lecture and you relegate to this, breaking up, and it's say, oh no, Africa is behind. But that's not the case. It's about where the resources are. The cost of fiber. The cost of fiber, if you are at the bottom entry level, it's higher than someone who can afford or a 3G. That if you have incremental fiber, it's not an accessible thing. So what we're talking about is a lack of understanding that if you are a startup, yes, the universities have gone a very long way to fill in the gaps for students. But if you're a young practice or a medium-sized practice, who fills in the gap for the resources that you require? Revit or CAD or whatever, the full-on thing is a really expensive resource to have sustainably every single year. What about having multiple computers that runs Revit in the background while you can be sustainable doing your actual day-to-day work? And the real crux of the matter is access to work is based on capacity and infrastructure that you have. So a tender, which you refer to tenders, but a tender asks for you as a young practice, if you're tendering, they ask you what capacity, they ask you to list your computers, they ask you all the infrastructure questions. And again, you disadvantage for the very thing which is procurement to access to work is going to give you the line. So the appeal needs to be, what are we doing on a pragmatic level? Yes, we have to embrace, but no one says we have to lean into that and say, how can we make it accessible to all, and especially the disadvantaged? And it's not along a race line. It's about a startup so that we can have a groundswell of young practices, which there's no evidence of, that has resources. So again, there's money for resources. I mean, we have all the institutions here. CETA services have money, DPW has money, but really nobody knows what all these grants are for. So can we not advocate for funding for infrastructure for startups so that we can, or the gaps that are infilled to get there? And again, and this is going to be a consistent thing that I'm going to advocate for. Again, about access to, when we talk about competitions. So we've been very fortunate in that we've been involved, we've been finalists in competitions, we've also been jurors in competition. So we have a sense, and we've also entered competitions as a very young practice when we just graduated, and we've been quite successful. So the process of procurement for competition is a very, very important one. We can see globally, it's launched international career. David Ajay and several luminary people have gotten recognition otherwise through competition. Even in terms of precedents, we have one of the best precedents, which is the Constitutional Court in South Africa. Our first democratic public building was run through a competition, and it was the most equitable process possible. It was open to all, including artists. Everyone was allowed to enter. The way the brief was written, the way it meant that the outcome, that equitable outcome, meant that we ultimately landed up with a building that is that was counted any other constitutional court in the world or any court in the world, and it reflected the equitable society that we engaged in. However, current competition processes have evolved to a point where it's technically a tender process, where it's mitigating the risk of the client who wants an experienced architect, who wants someone with resources, and it's balanced. So it's merged the tender process with the architecture process. Now the architectural competition process should be the opportunity for excellence, design excellence, and that in itself is transformative. You should be access to anybody who has the skills or has the ideas for you as a startup or as an experiencer to put your idea forward and measure it equitably. However, processes now means that there's now preconditions to enter most competitions. They're asking for procurement requirements, PI, turnovers, and that means being a precondition, you're not even allowed to enter if you don't qualify. That brings down the range of competitors to those, again, who have resources, and equates into mostly big practices. And again, so it means access to work through competitions, which is the easiest, best way for young practitioners to get in, or anyone to get in and get recognized, is being excluded. So I think we need to think about pragmatic solutions. One, take competitions away from procurement. Let competitions run on excellence alone. And then procurement needs to be negotiated by the winner. And that seems to be a fair process. And it doesn't mean, that means it's a pragmatic approach. Okay, I need to take a breath because I'm feeling.
Tanzim, your energy, your commitment, your dedication really comes through. And one of the cool things that I've deduced from what you said is often we've got a cart before the horse situation in terms of procurement in this country. And the second takeaway from, I think, what both you and Ruben said is that, yes, there are many policies and regulations that kind of spurt forth, in brackets, unintended consequences, right? 28 years into democracy, and as design professionals, we can't sit with a nuance of unintended consequences. And the only way we're going to effectively reverse that, and it's not just about reversing it, and I think our next session will talk to redress, is to focus on these things by design. And that is what I really like from what you said in terms of, alternative procurement methods, alternative way of enabling access. It must happen by design. And I hope that our colleagues here from the intergovernmental forums understand that these things need to sync together. And I think the deputy ministers have asked for pragmatic strategies and policies. But like we said, culture eats up strategies. The only way we're going to get past this is by design.
Bringing that to the one last point, by design. Please. I think that we really need to talk about the tender process, which you did ask me in the question. Is it working? And ultimately, if we're looking at it, it's not. It hasn't created the end result, which is a huge groundswell of sustainable Black young practices that's going to go into the next generation. And we need to review who is BEE serving, because a lot of resources can get you, and legally so, can get you a BEE level, of quite a high BEE level. And its pricing, which is reduced, which tender has been reducing to BEE and pricing, does a discounted price get the benefit anyone? On a small practice, a discounted prices means that you cannot build your practice because you're possibly going to run at a loss, because most of our practices are running in a long way. A larger practice, they relegate, in order to make it sustainable, they cover it with a bigger practice, with a bigger projects, and they relegate their most junior staff or resource and limited the time to doing that. So we need to look at pricing and BEE. BEE can be bought. So if you're looking at it, that means that when we, not bought in terms of not being legal, but I think you can put money toward it and get it equitable. So we need to advocate for alternative solutions, perhaps the roster system that Papeta had advocated, and run the tender process separately to ring-fence work that's a transformative agenda, and let the market relate for the rest of it. Because then we have a parallel system that would be equitable, so that the transformation is dealt for, and then the profession is not paralyzed by procurement processes that are not sustainable, not financially sustainable, and they are not building the deliverables. So yeah, thank you for that. But
thank you very, very much, Tanzim. We can continue for hours like we normally do. but I love your energy, I love your commitment, and it's certainly been a pleasure working alongside you. Our next colleague is Mr. Ishmael Mushini. And Mr. Mushini is joining us from Botswana. He's the chairman of the Architects Registration Council, a graduate of Dalhousie University in Canada, and have dedicated a significant part of his professional life to the betterment of the professional landscape, specifically for those following in similar steps. As a registered and a practicing architect with more than 20 years professional experience, he's mentored many and worked tirelessly to empower young aspiring architects. His vision is to see efficient, demographically well-structured, balanced architectural profession, recognizing and honoring its role in community building. Mr. Mushini has also served as a member of the Architects Association of Botswana's EXCO, and has subsequently been a task team member charged with the preparing of the Architects Act. Mr. Mushini is the current chairman of ARC, and is currently charged with a stewardship or custodian role of overseeing a successful review of the Act. Mr. Mushini, thank you very much for joining us here today. How are you feeling this morning? You're on mute, sir. Mr. Mushini, you're on mute.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. How are you?
Yes. I've got a message saying that the host would like you to unmute.
Mr. Mushini, it's an absolute pleasure for you to join us today. I think we'd like to share experience in our SADC region. At the start of this council, we did some research, and academic colleagues said that we should also focus on the global south in terms of what we're doing, and our Botswana or our regional colleagues in terms of formulating and shaping strategies and policies that we can obviously implement as a collective. Mr. Mushini, I'm going to ask you 3 questions, and you're more than welcome to weave them and to navigate them too, but there are 3 specific things, because it's more about lessons learned, and it's more about trying to see if there are certain measures and things that we can learn from you can learn from us. But going back, so in the context of Botswana's colonial history, what tangible measures were or are implemented since gaining independence to advance access to the architectural profession, again by design, for the historically marginalized? The second question is, what are the particular challenges facing the Architects Council in Botswana, which may still inhibit access to work opportunities for its constituents? And are you dealing with that in the public and the private sector, Malia? And then lastly, how's your council promoting partnership with state entities and international bodies to future-proof the profession in relation to providing access to technology, like Tanzim has illuminated us, to all your constituents? Over to you, Ishmael.
Thank you very much. Well, I mean, from your questions, mine is to really just briefly share with you some of the experiences here in Botswana, as maybe different experiences from SA. And I'll do that mostly from a perspective of a regulator, if you don't mind. So I just want to start by saying that gatherings of this nature are intended to find ways to put in place frameworks that improve lives of people in the SADC region. And that is a matter at the very heart of a deep lying meaning of the profession of architecture, which is community building. I stated in my intro that you just read out, my passion for community building, as opposed to what people sometimes call us. We are said to be drawing plans. I don't know whether it's the same thing in SA, which really is almost derogatory to the work we do as community builders. So I would like to touch on that. And yes, I will answer your question in a rather lengthy kind of manner. I'm very aware of time constraints, so I'll be sensitive to that. The whole issue of community building, I think, can be deduced from the SADC objectives, which include, amongst other things, the achievement of economic development. And amongst the 5 or so objectives of the SADC, you have the enhancement of the standard and quality of life of the people of Southern Africa. So gathered here as architects, I think it's in our blood, it's in our training. Those objectives come as second nature to us. We don't need to read them from anywhere. And we're gathered. I hear you. You've invited colleagues from Zambia, from Namibia, and I would like to say that not too long ago, in the last 3 or 4 months, we actually had a gathering between the regulators and the SADC region to talk about common problems that we have, or common interests. Sometimes we say common problems. It's not always problems. Some are just positive interests. And it is indeed a positive thing that we're gathered here today, brought together by, as I said, common positive. And I'm hopeful that we will leave with many more positive outcomes as respective regulators from the region. There's already on the table, I'll share with you, a proposal for a memorandum of agreement, which will entail, amongst other things, a proposal for the free movement of professionals between especially South Africa and Botswana. We are aware of all the technical issues that would need to be ironed out before they can be put in place. But I'm confident, as chair of the ARC this side, that we will achieve our objectives in that regard. Because we know free trade as a tool for transformation ensures unhindered and equitable access to work by all. And that is a theme that we are threshing out here today. The free trade issue obviously requires a delicate balance and recognition of the sizes of the economies involved. If you are to ensure a harmonious relationship, you're going to end up with big economies getting into free trade agreements with small economies, and you have to be sensitive to the needs of each in that respect. The construction industry in Botswana has been dominated by foreign-owned companies from pre-independence times to the present. Most consultancies and civil works contractors were foreign-owned. Indigenous-owned firms could never quite take off due to the mainly prevalent business environment in the industry at the time. The private sector was dominated by SA businesses, which naturally preferred SA-based consultants. During the construction booms, what we would have is that there would be an influx of foreign-owned firms into the country. And then when the boom is gone, locally based entities would be left to bear the brunt of the drought. Botswana-based firms were unable to reciprocate due to a lack of regulation here locally, as opposed to the regulated environment in SA at the time. Most of the design work and indeed payment of fees were done abroad with very little benefit to the local architectural community. This was not sustainable, as the system then was devoid of any skills transfer and created very little employment locally. From a design perspective, there was very little vernacular content in local designs because they were all foreign born. And this hindered the evolution of an indigenous architectural language. We are at a stage in our professional careers where we're still looking for what we could term a language unique to Botswana as far as architecture goes. In the past, procurement was a major hindrance to growth of indigenous firms in Botswana, procurement here in Botswana. I recall a time when citizen economic empowerment consisted largely of unprofitable commissions of work in very remote and difficult to access parts of the country. We all know that a steady flow of work, of meaningful work, not just work, is necessary for the sustainable growth of citizen-owned architectural firms in their infancy. This process in Botswana is heavily dependent on public works due to the comparative miniature size of the private sector. We have a very unique situation in Botswana where the private sector compared to the public sector is relatively small. As a regulator, we then need to achieve international standards in all aspects of practice, in all aspects of the education of an architect, and mentorship program. And this is in recognition of the fact that some of our graduates might not necessarily practice here. They might have to go to other countries. So you need to bring them up to speed with requirements beyond our borders. With all this said, government over the years has put in place policies and initiatives meant to birth and nourish growth of especially homegrown firms. We have in Botswana, as a tradition now, an annual construction piso. What we call a piso would be an imbizo in South Africa, if I'm not mistaken, meant for stakeholders to engage and come up with resolutions for growth. So annually we go, we sit down, we talk about all the problems that are experienced by the various stakeholders. And we come up with tangible solutions that we then follow up on and make sure that they get implemented. Maybe the size of our market, the size of the economy enables us at this stage to have very easy to measure or tangible growth. It's not all doom and gloom though. There's slowly change coming upon us here in Botswana. We're going through what we call in our own special way, a transformational period with regards to architecture. We only started regulating the profession for the first time in 2014. So you can imagine we're still under 10 years of regulation and are working very hard to bring a lot of our stakeholders on board. It's quite a task to get in the buy-in of your various stakeholders. And that is a stage where we are at the moment. The bulk of our services, unfortunately, are consumed by the public works. And in that regard, talking about government initiatives, there's a new Public Procurement Act meant to alleviate some of these problems experienced by private practitioners. In addition to that, which I hinted on earlier, the regulation of the architectural profession is expected to bring about positive change. Now, how do we do that? Put together just a few slides to talk about what we're doing as a regulator. First of all, of course, naturally, we started by protecting the title of an architect so that only those recognized by the law, by the act, can do that. I'm going to wrap up in a couple of minutes. And then we register with the registration of all architectural professionals. I tend to say registration of architects, much to the annoyance of our technologists and other professionals here. The work of an architect here in Botswana is very clearly defined and protected, so that if you are found taking part in that without a registration, you're seen to be breaking the law, and all the necessary steps are taken to do that. We have a book that we carry around all the time called The Framework for the Delivery of Architectural Services and Use of Tariff of Fees. That has our code of conduct and stresses a lot on the protection of the public and accountability, especially in project implementation. Earlier speakers mentioned the issue of Black economic empowerment. This side, we have what we call citizen economic empowerment, which is different from you because of your history and because of our history. And we stress, because there are some citizen economic empowerment policies in place, and naturally people tend to look at economic empowerment projects as freebies. And those then come with very little accountability. So here in Botswana, what we found very necessary to get the government's buy-in is to ensure that, especially on citizen economic empowerment projects, there is a high level of accountability by our registered members, so that you can very easily get deregistered from the program if you are seen to be going against desired practices. And other than that, we have, the standard procurement methods, tendering, which was mentioned previously, which is always a headache, especially when public works is involved. But the key problem in this regard is that it tends to favor old establishments, old established firms, as opposed to the new up and coming youth startups. So that is an issue that we are dealing with regards to tendering in the country. But everything else, you'll find that is not very different from SA. Design competitions, we stress the need for design competitions. And the emphasis this time around, as opposed to tendering, is that only registered architectural professionals can judge, if you want to call it that, the work of architects. So our design competitions are structured that there is a required participation by legally registered people. Direct appointment is something that we discussed with SACAP the last time we met, and I'll just take a moment to highlight a couple of points there, because I think you had started to drift away from that. As a citizen economic empowerment this side, will stress again the issue of accountability if you're going to take part in that. And there's a very specific bracket of works that has been identified to drive this initiative on a rotational basis. You don't have to compete, and hence the huge emphasis on accountability. And then we have very specific and detailed guidelines to drive this that require the input of all stakeholders, government and the private sector. The register, we pre-qualify our consultancies. So we take the responsibility, instead of letting the procuring entity do that, we take the responsibility to ensure that all our registered members who take part in those direct appointment projects are pre-qualified and they meet a certain minimum standards. Government has been very appreciative of this in that it has shortened the whole project implementation period. Finally, the last two are just design and build, which usually is contractor-led. And what we look out for is deviations from regulation, because this time around, it's not one of us leading the process. It's a contractor who might be an engineer and sometimes not even someone in the construction industry. There's always a potential for deviation from the fees, from the scope of works. And in Botswana, I must highlight and share with you that our tariff of fee is mandatory as opposed to being a guide. So when you take on a direct appointment project, the fee is standard and mandatory, and the regulator requires that you be able to prove that you did not deviate from stipulations of the regulator. PPP, another one that is common to us and other countries in the SADC, is meant to be based mainly on a symbiotic relationship between the private sector and the public sector. Whether that happens or not is a different story. Our government is of the opinion that they have been taken advantage of in PPP projects, and therefore the regulator will step in and make sure that that is taken care of. I have forwarded a paper. I'm sorry I had to rush this in the interest of time. That covers all my points. And the SACAP is, of course, free to publish it and share with it, because what I was doing is I was running through quick points, but there's a lot more detailed information in there. Thank you all very much. Thank you for allowing us this opportunity to be a part of this, and we look forward to future cooperation with the SACAP.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mashinyi. I think your roles in PPE and direct appointments, it's certainly something that we can affront to Public Works and CP in terms of playing that stewardship role in maintaining quality. And the two key things that I take away is that your core role as a regulator is about accountability and competency. And that basically, that creates the pathway and your direct line to influence and structure policies with government. Fantastic. I definitely look forward to reading your paper. And I'd like to thank the panelists, Mr. Mashaba, Ruben, Tanzim, Ishmael. Thank you for a fantastically well-crafted presentation. I really appreciate your contribution. And with that, over to the program director, Ms. Pepeta. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Clive. Thank you to the panelists. And you are so on point, exactly 12:15. So you managed your time well. We appreciate the contribution from the panelists. We have taken the notes and we will submit those in our summary at the end of the program. I wish to now introduce Dr. Mthethwa. Dr. Majahamahle Nene Mthethwa is a lecturer at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. He studied for Bachelor of Architectural Studies and Bachelor of Architecture at the University of Auckland in New Zealand. He then studied for Masters of Architecture at the University of Cape Town. Dr. Mthethwa graduated for his PhD Architecture at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. He has also practiced in Zimbabwe and consulted under various practices in South Africa. Dr. Mthethwa, your session is now. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director.
I can hear you well.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. Thank you, Program Director. My sincere greetings to all the participants of today's transformation Indaba. In this session, I'm basically presenting. I'm presenting papers that were invited by SACAP and are centered around what interventions are necessary to transform the profession. The idea behind these papers being to make targeted, impactful interventions meant to pragmatically bring about transformation in all the facets of the architectural profession. Do you mind, Program Director, if I can share the PowerPoint presentation?
Please go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, just 1 minute. Yeah, these are the submissions. There were 6 papers that were submitted, and I'll go through the writer's citations in 10. The full papers have been published in the SACAP newsletter. I'm going to begin with by recognizing Mr. Paddy Mave, who is a professional architect and a PhD candidate. His topic is advocating for radical institutional reconfiguration. In this submission, Mave advocates for a pro-inclusive development of frameworks that accelerate institutional reconfiguration. Transformation in this proposal is focused on 1, women as architectural pioneers. Secondly, promotion of development in the SADC region. Thirdly, instrumental trade agreements within the auspices of the Council of Built Environment, Council of Built Environment. And lastly, fostering of collaborative effort between MMEs, ALSs, and communities. Mave also proposes a pronounced but incremental reconfiguration of the built environment that is meant to dismantle monopolies and promote economically inclusive industry. He then argues that this would promote an inclusive industry that will go on to spawn a generation of resilient women and architectural entrepreneurs. Again, the idea is really about the transformation from a gender perspective in this particular case here. And then the second presentation is by Zamasomi Mzoneli. She is a candidate, senior architectural technologist. The title of the paper that she's presented, submitted, is Urbanization and its Effects on the Black Female Identity. a study within the South African context, pre-apartheid, apartheid, and post-apartheid. In this paper, Samasomi Mzoneli states that urbanization provided new job opportunities for migrants. These opportunities in turn provided a stepping stone to a perceived civilized lifestyle. This opportunity predominantly catered for black males who migrated into the cities, leaving their homesteads for what they considered to be progressive urbanization. She further posits that urbanization provided employment opportunities for white men, white women, and black men, thus bemoaning how black women were totally ignored in the then prevailing socio-economic activities. Mzoneli further explores the planning of the homesteads and their harsh living conditions, whose predominantly black women inhabitants were marginalized by a socially, economically developing world. So we also see that in this particular presentation here, there is again a slant on gender transformation with respect to rural women. The next paper citation, summary of that, is again by the same author, by the same writer, Ms. Mzoneli. The title of this is Reflecting on the Past in Developing the Future, Personal Architectural Reflections. In this paper, in this submission, Zamasomi Mzoneli again reflects on the personal journey of a young black female student from the time she completes her undergraduate studies and what she encounters in the architectural practice. She reflects on how history has heavily influenced architecture with specific references reference to the South African built environment. In the submission, she focuses on civic buildings and their encapsulation of space and time. The critique of these buildings, Samasomi also further argues, that are part of the formulation of contemporary South African architecture. South African architecture. It is further postulated in the paper that a young black female architectural graduate's multifaceted critique of these built environments provides a more refreshing perspective. Right. The next presentation, the next citation is by Dumisani, Mr. Dumisani Mhlaba. The title of this, Dumisani Mhlaba is a professional architect. The title of this is Making of the Architect, Transformation in the Architectural Profession in South Africa. In this paper, Dumisani Mhlaba argues that the making of an architect is grounded on teaching and learning as the conceptual base. The curriculum being the base should be the focus of transformation efforts in South Africa. The historic and concerted focus on demographic transformation in the education and practice environment instead of the basic is a diversion that requires attention from all built environment stakeholders. With this as the centerpiece of his argument, Dumisani Mhlaba challenges the obsession of practitioners on their fulfillment of occupying the prestigious space of architecture, with no effort to transform the profession itself from the base. I think this is also a very interesting sort of view to transformation, looking at the curriculum as the base upon which transformation can sort of be developed. And then the next presentation, the next citation is by Kaylee Cupido. This article is in this is an opinion piece based on a hair architectural journey in an transformed architectural society. It also highlights the importance of the narrative of the profession amongst ourselves as architectural practitioners and to the world at large. So I'll leave this one very, very brief. I think we all, most of us have gone through this kind of experience. After graduation, you go into these practices. If you can read a submission paper, you see some very disturbing comments that will be passed on to these graduates as they are initiated into the world of practice. So again, that is also part of the, from what I understand, that should also be addressed as part of the transformative actions that need to be taken. And then lastly, we've got Raymond Leonard John Fortuin. Raymond, topic is transformation in architecture. South Africa is the youngest democratic country in the world. It's the youngest democratic in the world, not only boasts, but has the best constitution. I mean, if he asks that, I mean, why is it then that our built environment architecture in particular is still in search of transformation? I think it's a very interesting sort of a question that can be pursued from the previous presentations that we've had. We heard that we all know that South Africa is one of the best constitutions in the world, but why is it that as a profession, there are all these pitfalls for people of color in the built environment in terms of practice? So those are the papers. I think from what I've read from these citations, my conclusion would be, in terms of the way forward, it should not be about whining, but actualization of transformative ideas. That's what we should be heading in terms of our research. We should be researching on transformation, but making sure that it's actualized out there in the world, and also both in academia and practice. At this point, I would like to thank all those who submitted their papers for this progressively developmental Indaba. Thank you, Program Chair, and thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mteto.
Sure.
Thank you for your submission. And as you well said, thank you to the authors that submitted. We appreciate that. Then we are going to our next session. Our next session is redress. This will be facilitated by SACA Vice President, Ms. Letabisa Shongwe. Ms. Letabisa Shongwe is a practicing architect. She's the principal and owner of ArcLive Architects, based in Gauteng, that opened in 2012. She is the first woman to be appointed as the president of South African Council for the Architectural Profession, where she assumed office in July 2018 as part of the interim fourth-term council. At the helm, she fearlessly led SACA into a governable and accountable SACA. Her stakeholder relations nature led the mending of relations with the profession at large, Ministry of Public Works, and helped stabilize the regulator, SACA, during her term as president. She serves the SACA Council as the chairperson of the Stakeholder Relations Committee, as well as chairperson of Professional Fees Committee. She co-chairs the Transformation Committee at SECAP in a supportive role. Sabi has recently been appointed to serve on the Council of the Built Environment, where she's a member of the CBE Exco. Ms. Shongwe, we welcome you to your session of redress. Please take it through.
Thank you, my good colleague, Councillor Mandisa Pepeta. Colleagues, our slot is about redress. We have great speakers that have obliged to join us, who will come in and talk a little later. There's Ms. Karabo Mutaum, Justice Albi, Mr. Hupula Mutswai, and Dr. Keith Jacobs. Now we're going to talk about why is it necessary to change the status quo and address the past and current injustices. So I'm really looking forward to what our colleagues have to say, because they come with the tapestry of their history, as well as their interactions in this built environment in the architectural space. Now, as the chairperson has said, redress means to remedy or set right an undesirable or an unfair situation. Transformation is an all-in. It is not exclusionary action of kicking anyone out. It is an all-in, and it is concerned with repositioning the starter blocks, much like jogging, where others of excluded designations are positioned further down the trail. Note that I did not say race. The capitalist in me comes social, still believes that there is still more than enough out there for all. Now, how do I know this? Well, it is in how government would award 10 school projects to one practice, with maybe 4 staff being reached and possibly 16 family lives changed and 1 fat cat created. Now, an unapologetic transformation agenda, government awards 10 practices with 1 substantial project, each with 4 staff. 10 almost fat cats are created. There are 40 lives affected. 40 families are sustained, meaning possibly 160 lives are reached. Now I say the poverty needle will start to move. I am going to try to share a video with you.
Hey, line up.
Pause this, and I'm just going to share my screen in a second. Chairperson, can you see the screen? Can you see my screen, Chair?
Yes, I can. Thank you. I can.
Line up. Everybody line up.
Yes, it's audible.
Great.
Thank you.
Everybody line up. Shoulder to shoulder. Take off your backpack. Basketball. Line up. We're about to race. Hey, we are racing for a $100 bill. The winner of this race will take this. A $100 bill. Before I say go, I'm going to make a couple statements. If those statements apply to you, I want you to take 2 steps forward. If those statements don't apply to you, I want you to stay right where you're at. Take 2 steps forward if both of your parents are still married. Take 2 steps forward if you grew up with a father figure in the home. Take 2 steps forward if you had access to a private education. Take 2 steps forward if you had access to a free tutor growing up. Take 2 steps forward if you've never had to worry about your cell phone being shut off. Take 2 steps forward if you've never had to help mom or dad with the bills. Take 2 steps forward if it wasn't because of your athletic ability, you don't have to pay for college. Take 2 steps forward if you never wondered where your next meal was going to come from. I want you guys up here in the front just to turn around and look. Every statement I've made has nothing to do with anything any of you have done. Has nothing to do with decisions you've made. Everything I've said has nothing to do with what you've done. We all know these people up here have a better opportunity to win this $100. Does that mean these people back here can't race? No. We would be forced to not realize we've been given more opportunity. We don't want to recognize that we've been given a head start. But the reality is we have. Now, there's no excuse. They still got to run their race. You still got to run your race. But whoever wins this $100, I think it'd be extremely foolish of you not to utilize that and learn more about somebody else's story. Because the reality is, if this was a fair race and everybody was back on that line, I guarantee you some of these black dudes would smoke all of you. And it's only because you have this big of a head start that you're possibly going to win this race called life. That is a picture of life, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing you've done has put you in the lead that you're in right now. When I say go, on your mark, get set, go. If you didn't learn anything from this activity, you're a fool.
Okay, thanks for indulging me in that. That video tends to really move me because it just casts a picture of what we talk about when we say starting blocks. And mind you, we always say that transformation is an all-in. It's an all-in. It just positions the starting of others due to their historical pasts. I'm going to stop this now. Stop the sharing. Now, colleagues, transformation works. I'd like you to indulge me and allow me to recite you a story, a personal story. I recite the story of a promise of the land of honey, a story about my father, Dade Mama Lirotodi. 23 years ago, at age 49, at the time, well, I think I was 18 or 19, with shorts, casual aged Iwisa t-shirt, backpack, a papa belly, and 25 years in public works doing QSing. He qualified as a professional quantity surveyor through WITS RPL program of sorts in 1999 by attending and completing only their final year. He used to say to me, he said to me that he knocked on a couple of doors and his colleagues in Mafikeng to loan him money to be able to stay on campus. Yes, a 49-year-old father with shorts and a papa belly to stay on campus because this man had a dream. He had a dream. He came back and he went on to open a practice in Bloemfontein. He thrived and he thrived and he thrived. He said back in the times of the government roster, now Tanzim spoke about this beautiful thing called this roster that I never got to touch, but I got to feel as a daughter. A fax letter with a project appointment would flow in and float to the carpet with a whole new project where 100% of the fees were payable. He went on to affect lives of staff with further education at a local university, all new cars and most held title deeds. Generations began their starter blocks further up. Now you see, this is all because of one man's RPL. So you see, Madam Minister, structured RPL and procurement using the roster are absolute starter blocks. And then colleagues, I'd like to indulge you in my next presentation regarding how can one transform to get to redress. I think I have some type of a method. I'm going to quickly try to go through it. I'm just opening my screen here and starting the presentation. Okay. If I can kindly share my screen quickly. Okay. Now, my understanding of transformation is that you need to metamorphosize indelibly to become a new species. This letter is a love letter to the President of South Africa, Parliament, Ministry of Public Works, great developers, any purse holders, and any future financial partner, and any other person in dire need to transform but has no idea how to do it. Have a pill from my pill box, or puff and pass it on. Now come walk with me as we talk about a list of 8 folds by some other interesting folk. You know, we learn here and there towards metamorphosizing. It's important to have the right view. It begins with the right view. We actually can self-adapt into the right way of thinking. The view has to be altered in order to affect our inner soul to think in true transformed ways. So we start with the right view. And then the second step is the right intention. A changed view will mold into the right resolve to affect goodwill, thinking in transformed, truthful ways. And you can't fake it. You can't adorn it. The intention should be set correctly first. No more sheep's clothing. Sorry. The right speech. When the intention is rectified, then the right speech is articulated. Harm is reduced. Encouragement is offered. Transformation agenda is clear and non-evasive. The speak is the point. That is right speech. So you have right thought, right intention, then the right speech will come out. Then you will have right action, because now your mind is right. So you start acting right. You speak right, you do right. You are now in the mode of right action, and it can only yield good revenue with harmless effort. Yields a feel-good factor. It will never be depleted because you are transforming from within. The right livelihood. The right action enables trading in just, innovative capitalist ways above board. You sleep well. You did no harm and you earned great revenue. And that brings with it great effort. Right livelihood by wholesome ways, by doing things energy channeled, still competitive, but healthy, innovative competition. The right effort yields well. The right effort gives a transformed profession. And lastly, right mindfulness. When the mind is present and mindful, you are aware of what you are doing. You can't affect transformation without sorting out the heart. Insight and foresight is key, because in 3 years, your daughter will be studying architecture. Redress is hard. That is true. It's not easy. Self doesn't like it. However, the right meditation with your own guides of spiritual connect will help you to transform. When you are transformed as a whole, you can only bring authentic, meaningful change. You will get warm feet and unsettled personal joy. You'll have made my life, your daughter's life, and that of your staff. You'll say, this is what it means to be a true world participant. So one has to metamorphosize in order to redress in an indelible manner and result as a new species. And that is redress, addressed. And I'm hoping we're feeling transformed. I wish to go on and bring on our first speaker. If I may stop this sharing. I wish to bring on our first speaker, who is Ms. Karabo Mutaung. Ms. Karabo.
Hi,
Yes.
Tabi.
Yes, I'm glad you're here. Now, Ms. Karabo is coming from the Competitions Commission. Her designation is a Principal Analyst, Advocacy Division. Ms. Karabo Mutaung is a Principal Analyst in the Advocacy Division in the Competitions Commission. Ms. Karabo Mutaul joined the Competitions Commission in 2013 and worked in the Economic Policy and Research Divisions, now Economic Research Bureau, and Enforcement and Exemptions Division, now the Market Conduct Research, as well as the Cartels Division. Karabo Mutaul is an economist by training, and has extensive experience in competition and economic regulation. Karabo Mutaul holds a BCom honors degree in economics from Rose University, a postgraduate certificate in competitions law from the University of Witwatersrand, and a master's degree in competitions law, economic regulations from the University of Johannesburg. Karabo Mutaul is a fervent supporter of universal education and has provided training and educational workshops to numerous stakeholders on various topics under competitions regulations. There are various topics, but I think we can go on straight to it. Ms. Mutaul, please do tell us about why we need to change some of these status quos, or also just talk about what you have prepared regarding the injustices of the past. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Tabi, and good afternoon to my fellow panelists. Good afternoon to everyone who has joined this session, and thank you once again for the invitation. Tabi, I think from the Competition Commission's perspective, I mean, one of our objectives of the Competition Act is to promote and maintain competition, right, in the market, and in order to enable the entry and effective participation of SMMEs and historically disadvantaged individuals in the economy. Over the last few years, Tabi, the Commission has and still receives a number of complaints, right, particularly from the architectural sector, and predominantly these complaints will come from draftspersons and technologists, who have alleged that they are being excluded, from the market. I think there's two broad categories of these complaints. The first one really stems from allegations that the IDO limits them from participating or undertaking work in certain categories, right? And these are categories, Tabi, that have work of high value, so your bigger projects. And it seems that this work is reserved for for the professional architects, so for the higher categories. The second set of complaints, predominantly from the same group of people, Tabi, is that homeowners associations and body corporates of residential estates are now taking the IDO and using it to further exclude them, from undertaking work in those residential estates. Tabi, I mean, we know the picture. When you talk of draftspersons and technologists, you know what that picture looks like. When we talk of professional architects, we know what that picture looks like. I was looking at the statistics of a survey that SACEP took in 2019. I mean, if you look at professional architects, that category is dominated by males, Tabi. It's dominated by white males, Tabi. There's very few Black people that are operating in that category. If you look at technologists and draftsperson, yes, the picture is slightly different, but it's still dominated by whites, Tabi. I also took the liberty to look at, in that same study, I looked at that category Tabi, of professional architects, and I found that, again, when you look at the theme, the gender imbalances, once again, it's dominated by males, Tabi. So we know that women are not participating in that category, Tabi. So I know that the IDO makes provisions, right, for professionals to move from lower categories to higher categories. But we also know that these processes are subject to an application, and these are subject to application fees. And we have communicated previously with SACEP, right, to say these fees are high and they do pose a financial barrier, and which further raises the costs, right, of these professionals, your draftsperson, your technologist. These are Black small businesses, right, Tabi, from moving up. They've got those costs, there are annual costs, there are other ad hoc costs, right? And Tabi, you also then have a host of professionals, right, that are not registered for various reasons. But of course, these annual issues of annual costs and ad hoc fees are a further barrier or another reason, right? So Tabi, I just wanted to paint a picture for you of the current status quo. That is what the picture looks like currently, you know, where small businesses are struggling to enter the market. And even when they do enter the market, Tabi, they're not able to grow and effectively participate and compete in this market because they are continuously being excluded, you know, whether it be through the legislation, whether it be through policy, whether it be through any other barriers, including the financial barriers that I've mentioned. As the Competition Commission, Tabi, it is our vision to have an economy that is inclusive, that is deconcentrated, and that is growing. And the current status quo is stifling entry and participation, you know, particularly for SMMEs and HDIs. You know, the current status quo means that a huge chunk of the architectural sector, Tabi, is concentrated in the hands of a few, and by few, I'm talking about white males. You know, the current status quo, Tabi, is not supportive of women architects. And if we are truly striving for transformation in the sector, Tabi, redress is necessary. That was the question, whether redress is necessary. And so we are saying that, yes, redress is necessary. You know, we need to be taking deliberate steps to address the racial and gender imbalances in the sector. We need to see more Blacks at that PA category. We need to see more women in that professional architecture category. And we need the homeowners associations and people that are sitting on these body corporates, Tabi, to be changing the behavior and removing these rules that are creating these artificial, what we call artificial barriers that seek to be excluding people from this market. I think just in conclusion, Tabi, I mean, as the Commission, we have been doing quite a number of work. We've been advocating in the space, you know, together with SACAP, you know, and we've made quite a massive progress with SACAP, you know, and through our MOU, we are committed to be monitoring the market and to address the competition and transformational concerns that are in this architectural sector. So I will leave it at that, Tabi. So those are my remarks on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Karabo. Thanks for obliging us. And I think what is lovely about the way you're speaking is really a true reflection that you are understanding our space and that you are an essential partner to SACAP. I'd like to call our next speaker, Justice Albie. Justice Albie. Here we go.
Yeah, I can't see myself.
I saw you. I saw you and I hear you. Yes. We have with us. Yes, with that we have with us Justice Albie Sachs, and his designation is the former Justice of the Constitutional Court of South Africa. Justice Albie is an activist, a writer, a former judge in the Constitutional Court of South Africa, 1994-2009. He has been practicing as an advocate at the Cape Bar at the age of 21, defending people charged under the racial statutes and security laws of apartheid. After 2 spells of being detained in solitary confinement without trial for 5 months, and then again 3 months, he went into exile in England, where he completed a PhD at Sussex University. In 1988, he lost his right arm and his sight in one eye when a bomb was placed under his car by the South African security agents in Maputo, Mozambique. After the bombing, he devoted himself to the preparations for the new democratic constitution of South Africa. When he returned home from exile, he served as a member of the Constitutional Committee and the National Executive of the African National Congress under the first democratic elections in 1994. Judge Sachs is a board member of Constitutional Hill Trust, where he promotes constitutionalism and the rule of law. He has traveled to many countries, sharing South African experiences that he might heal divided societies. He's the author of several books: The Jail Diary of Albie Sachs, Justice in Africa, Sexism and Law, Soft Vengeance as a Freedom Fighter, and among others, The Strange Alchemy of Law and Life. His list goes on. We are honored to have you today with us, Judge Albie. Thank you for gracing our time. People like yourselves have gone through the past in order for us to be able to participate on these platforms. As we are with our names in our own skin, I welcome you, and I'd like you to take the floor.
Thank you very, very, very much for inviting me. I suppose the theme of justice has been the theme of my life. I'm now called Justice Albie Sachs, and that was justice in the realm of law and the Constitution. But justice is much wider than that. And the central concept, the driving thrust of this wonderful gathering is justice for people who've qualified, who've been through that hard road of getting the qualifications to become an architect, and they're just not getting the work. They're not having the opportunities. And they're not having the opportunities, not through lack of skill or intention or even mental brilliance, but just for the way our society is structured and who are the people who are calling the shots. So I'm very happy to, in that sense, continue my life as an activist, supporting you in your endeavors. And the theme I'm going to use is the theme not so much of justice in the profession as an aspect of redress, but the importance of having architects practicing, developing architecture in South Africa with what they bring in with life experience, sense of space, values, community links. It's necessary not only to do justice to the individuals concerned, but if you like, to do justice to the future development of the profession, to have a truly South African, rich South African architecture developing. And the example I'm going to use to illustrate my point is, in fact, the building of the Constitutional Court of South Africa. When democracy came, we had Parliament with new occupants. We had the union buildings, colonial type buildings with new occupants. We didn't have a constitutional court. So we had to create one, the first major public building of our new democracy. And the great advantage it gave us was we could invent ourselves. If you take an old building, a court building, and you say now it's going to go for the Constitutional Court, the only images it will have inside the building will be pictures of dead white male judges. And that's a terrible story. It's saying only whites mattered, only men mattered. Now, one day I'm going to be a dead white male judge. So there's nothing wrong with that. But if those are the only occupants, that's wrong, because it's excluding the great majority of the population. So now we had to envisage our new Constitutional Court building. Before that, our story starts, in fact, with the very first meeting of the new judges, the Constitutional Court. On borrowed chairs, we had nothing. Not a book, not a chair, no library, just a wonderful constitution, 11 judges who'd all in one way or another been involved in the struggle against apartheid. And Arthur Chaskelson, the head, dished out tasks, and Ismail Mohammed to do the rules of court, Tolly Madala, the gowns we were going to wear, Cato Regan, a thing called personal computers, somebody else the library, somebody else something else, and two judges were left out with nothing. It was Albie Sachs and Yvonne Mohoro. And he said, Albie and Yvonne, will you be responsible for decor? And here's 10,000 rands, decor in our new building. And I love when I show people the new Constitutional Court with the wonderful art collection. Look what you can do with 10,000 rand. You just have to be mad. It has to be a wonderful time in the history of the country. The professions, the arts professions, the architects have to be mad, and this is what you can do. And the very first decision we took was to have a competition. And the jury was so important, who would be on the jury and who would select the jury. And I was now from the court dealing with that. And I felt we can't just go to the Institute of Architects. It would be all white and almost only men. So I spoke to them. There was a small organization of African architects. I forget the name of the leader then. And I also went to SOPTACO, the technicians. Most of the technicians were Black. And we all had a choice in who would represent the, if you like, the building profession on the jury. We decided our international jurors would not be taken from North America or Sweden. We love the architecture, but it's architecture for a world where the basic big building is a box because you need to keep in the heat in cold winters. And we wanted a vision that would be more appropriate for South Africa. There weren't many prominent African architects at that stage. So we got Jeffrey Bawa from Sri Lanka and Charles Correa from India, both of whom had challenged the idea of developing an architecture appropriate for their countries. And we didn't want an imported architecture. Just as our symbol, we rejected the old symbols of the South African Republic. I think it had a lion and a unicorn, European heraldry that had nothing to do with Africa. And we decided on justice under a tree theme of people under a tree. With that little start, that imaginary beginning, it meant we are looking at the idea of our building from a completely different point of departure. We didn't have this woman with the scales of justice. We had our own logo. We had our own constitution. We'd fought for our constitution. We wanted a building now that would represent the spirit of the people who'd fought for an inclusive society with justice for all. We had Isaac Mokhasi, the mayor of Johannesburg, who'd been locked up in number 4 prison. He told us that if he had told the warders one day he'd be the mayor of Johannesburg awarding the prize for the best architectural entry, they would have killed him. And we also had Tendrium Tenso on the jury. She said, why'd you put me on the jury? What do I know about architecture? You saw there were only men. She was head of the Commission for Gender Equality. She became the most powerful member of the jury. She said, and the brief was also clear. We didn't want a building that represented power, that was ornate, that was forbidding. We wanted a building that was welcoming, that drew on not one particular architectural or building tradition to the exclusion of others, but drew on all the cultural inputs of all the people of South Africa. And then she said, okay, you put me on because I'm a woman. I'm going to speak now, remembering my mother, her mother, who took in washing from white families to send Tendri to school and university. My mother is terrified of big buildings. She goes round to the back. If she comes in, she wants somebody to take her to a place. I want a building that's smiling for my mother, that's not frowning at her. And she became the most decisive member of the jury. The editor of the British Architectural Review said it's the best jury he's ever been on because the lay people played such an important role. Normally, the lay people line up behind the professionals and choose the least interesting project. Here, you chose the most interesting project. So, and that was called Justice Under a Tree. And again, the vision now that was selected by us was not to copy the US Supreme Court in Africa or the Old Bailey or some modern new building in Europe, but to have a building built on the courtyard principle, which you get in third world countries where there's lots of sun, and where the different sections of the buildings fulfill different functions, rather than one big, tall, massive building with little cubes for all the functions to be squeezed into. And that's how we got our wonderful building, the theme of Justice Under a Tree. I won't give you a description of it. I hope many of you will see it and go to it and experience what a strongly South African, if you like, African building it is, in the way it looks and the welcome it gives to everybody who goes there. So the reason I mention that, and I've almost finished, is that it's an example of the way the architectural vision is impacted on by having people drawn from the majority of the population. It was ironical that the two architects and town planner all happened to be white. One of the employees was the son of Pius Langa, Justice Pius Langa. And the whites were the ones who were insisting on an African style architecture long before the word decolonization was in vogue. And Pius's son was saying, no, I don't want to be an African architect. I'm an African who wants to be an architect. And I want to do modern kind of building. It was an interesting contradiction, but it brought out the importance of vision and enlarging the architectural profession will, with women and with people of color and with people who speak African languages, who've grown up maybe in the rural areas, who have a sense of space, an understanding of how people see the cities and see buildings and feel buildings and what they want, I think is going to strongly enrich South African architecture. That transformation goes beyond, in other words, simply calling for justice for people to have employment, which is a wonderful project and very necessary in itself, and to which I, for one, would give total backing and support. It's also important for the vision, the energies, the creativity, the connections with the community that will result. The last point I want to make is a very personal experience driving to work to the court, and a feeling of elation that I couldn't quite explain. It was partly the building, and we chose the site of the old Fort Prison, which is also very relevant, where our leaders had been locked up, where there'd been so much suffering, to now place the Constitutional Court to show turning swords into plowshares, transforming the country. You don't knock down the old ugly buildings or statues, but you juxtapose new buildings, new places there. That was very, very powerful. It's linking up Hillbrow, populous, dense, dynamic, problematic, with the beautiful northern suburbs, with bureaucratic Braamfontein, three worlds normally kept apart, united by that building. But it had a very, very beautiful building, visually, experientially to be in. But why was I feeling so elated? And I realized the real source of my elation was wherever I go in South Africa, I still feel I'm a white person in a white area or a black area. And it shouldn't be like that. It's just the built South Africa still reflects, if you like, apartheid, colonial type South Africa. The white areas are occupied by people from many backgrounds now. It's transforming and changing, but it still feels like a white area. When I went to work in the Constitutional Court for the first time, I felt I'm Albie going to work in a piece of South Africa, like a liberated piece of South Africa. And it's an example of what architecture and thought and vision and inputs from everybody can do. And it was something very, very meaningful to me. And every time I go there, and I still go there quite often, I get that same sense of lift, of the kind of buildings we can have, the kind of housing we can have, the kind of spaces we can have in South Africa, if the imaginations, the life experiences, the community contacts of everybody is fully invested in that particular process. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Albie. You know, I was just texting Councillor Mandisa there, my colleague, and I was like, goodness, I wish we could just let you go on and on and on and on. Maybe perhaps we should have booked you for half a day. You know, when you talk about that you were driving to court and you were elated, I started hearing ululations about towards the opening of the Constitutional Court that you're talking about. I have been there, and that building is exactly what you say. It is totally decolonized. Judge Albie, thank you. Thank you. I have a question for you a little later, so do remain with us. But I feel very honored. You know, to our more younger colleagues on this platform, it's really those things of once in a lifetime that you get to come close and touch the coat or the hem of people that have laid the foundation, people that have lost their arm and their eye for us to be here. So it means that it is worth us taking some arms as activists for the profession in order to make our space more equitable for everybody. And on that note, Judge, I'm going to bring in our next speaker. We have Mr. Hopelang. Hopelang, are you there with us? I know you are.
Good day. Yes, I am.
Oh, great. Now you are speaking after Judge Albie, not to put you on any pressure, but in any case, thank you for joining us. Mr. Hopelang Mutswai is a professional architect. He studied architecture at Tshwane University of Technology. His architectural career ranges from private practice, academic, and public sector services. He has made his career in critical support service architecture at private architectural firms such as Afro Architectural, Ikaiya Design Workshop, and Mobun Design Studios. In his period as a lecturer at the Tshwane University of Technology, he had contributed as a voice of transformation in architecture education. Hopelang Mutswai is passionate about spatial transformation and socioeconomic redress. My good colleague, you can go ahead and speak.
Oh, yes. Thank you for the platform. Thank you for the opportunity. I think also thank you for putting me after Justice Albie. I think I needed that awakening to get a bit more serious about the intensity of transformation in our communities and in this country in particular. I'll try my best to be brief, as I'm also interested in hearing Justice Albie's response to Tabi's question later on. With regards to transformation, particularly redress, I wanted to focus my attention towards reparations in this case. If we look at the demographic of the professionals, as Garabet highlighted from the Competitions Commission, our professionals are predominantly white and male. And I appreciate the fact that they've also joined this platform today, because it is a joint effort to transform this profession. It is not a doing away of others, but rather a welcoming of the new and making space therefore. And with that, I say, I want to quote the saying from our Bakwena Mokgopa tribe, which basically says, "Yo lorang luhuma ali torel, yo lorang pula ari lorel," which loosely translates to say, those who dream of gloom and doom, dream it for yourselves. But for those who dream of reign prosperity for us all, dream it for us all. And I think Justice Albi's life is a testimony of someone who dreamt it for us all and has lived it and lived to see it, as he testified earlier on. So that's a very motivating space to be in after justice, of course. And these reparations, of course, are about actions of making amendments for the wrongs that have been done and providing some sort of payment or assistance to those who, of course, have been wronged. This concept of compensation for the victims, of course, seeks to close that black and white racial wealth divide. And architecture, of course, has played a crucial role in creating that environment that reinforced that segregation, that built generational wealth for the white minority at the expense of the black majority. And I think our Deputy Minister also highlighted this earlier on, referring to our cappuccino economy of which also has a touch of some black cocoa or chocolate on top of this cappuccino, that this is how we are as an architectural profession. There are a few that hold positions of power up above that are of color, but the strongest parts of our profession are still predominantly held by our white males, and thereafter, there we are, the rest of the black community trying to participate in that space. It's not only just the forms of these reparations. We also look at the ethics of the aesthetic. In other words, how we perceive great architecture, beautiful architecture. The challenge with us is that this architecture that we celebrate, particularly in South Africa, is that was created from the exploitation and unethical practices that by default then tarnish the aesthetic of its form, rather the aesthetic of the built environment, as it forms part of its actual meaning. The built environment that we reside in, sadly, stands as monuments that fundamentally celebrate the racial oppressions, masked as triumphs of tributes of conquest. And I think that is something that we need to address or redress, rather, in the architectural profession. We have a situation here where we need a willing giver and a willing receiver situation. That being that reparation channels and avenues are available in various forms to previously advantaged professionals or people that relate to the acknowledgement and open apologies for these injustices that they may have participated in. And these are aimed at creating creating and or rehabilitating the wealth building opportunities for the previously disadvantaged in areas such as education, particularly of architecture, the building asset portfolios, and of course, business ownership in that regard. And these reparation avenues, of course, are one monetary, being in the sense of reimbursements for the injustices. And what we what we see most of the time is in the monetary reparations in the forms of bursaries and scholarships, of which I have myself have been a recipient of that form of reparation. And I think also what Kara was highlighting as well is a monetary reparation looking at the waiving of fees. I think we need to champion this one a bit more, especially for the Black females in our profession. How can we do away with these entry fees that our young Black females need to also put forward to join this elite club of architectural professionals? I think I vote more for the Black females, as I think they're the ones who need the most support in this regard. We also look at reparation avenues that are asset-based. This is, of course, the redistribution of valuable assets. It's a very touchy subject, of course, in this country in terms of the redistribution of land, one, and buildings, of course, and the support infrastructure. And I think Public Works is doing their best to redistribute the support infrastructure to the previously disadvantaged communities as best as they can. We also look at reparation avenues that are more systematic. This touches on decolonizing of the curriculum in terms of its education of architecture, policy reforms that allows for more Black architectural professionals to come in to the space, and of course, access to justice that was of course championed by Justice Albie and his colleagues. And I think one other hot topic in terms of reparation avenues is these token measures, the renaming of buildings, streets, landmarks, and towns. I think that is a serious item that is easy to attain, but I think the renaming of gives the sense of the removal of the previous. But if you're trying to be inclusive, if you're trying to welcome those that were not associated with the name that currently exists on the building, street, or landmark, the onus is on you to offer that olive branch to say, let's give this a new life that does not necessarily celebrate me, but even if it celebrates you, it does talk towards a new world that we will live in and not just me and my people. This also talks to the removal of monuments of oppression, as this does, as I highlighted earlier, celebrate those crimes of oppression on our people. And in one way or another, this needs to be looked into. And I bring this this discussion from this perspective that we have a majority that do not have a lot, and a minority that has what for them looks like just enough, but it's actually quite a lot compared to those who don't have. And in the words of James Baldwin, which I quote, says, "The most dangerous creation of any society is the man who has nothing to lose." And that is a scary position that we are trading towards. I think we need to move faster or move with more intensity in terms of addressing the redress issue, in terms of compensation, to eliminate the creation of this person or group who have nothing to lose. Because the danger in that is we end up ourselves losing everything for nothing. And I want to appeal to those that are with us here that let's move in that direction to eliminate the presence of that dangerous creation of a man who has nothing to lose. Thank you.
Yeah. No, GP, thank you. As you also loosely referred to, you can tell that you're an architect and you also are an absolute socialist like me. I mean, an activist like most of us, an urban activist. Thank you so much for your words. And now I'd like us to bring in our colleague, Dr. Jacobs. Thank you, GP. Good afternoon and hello, Dr. Jacobs. Dr. Jacobs is a consultant and a CBE executive member. Dr. Ivor Jacobs is an executive member of the Council of the Built Environment and the former regional director of the Western Cape region of the University of South Africa, UNISA. His portfolio includes responsibilities for all university functions in the region with specific focus on student administration and facilitation of learning. Dr. Jacobs is also responsible for quality assurance of all UNISA sites of delivery. Before joining UNISA, he was the Associate Dean of Engineering at the Cape Peninsula University of Technology, CPUT. Dr. Jacobs serves in several professional and advisory capacities, including the President of the Board of the South African Society of Engineering Education, the Board of Maskisizwe previous Vice President of the Engineering Council. His research interests are in the new product development and the role this plays in sustainability of small and medium engineering enterprises. In addition to his engineering qualifications, Dr. Jacobs also obtained a B.Ed degree from the University of the Western Cape, an MBA from Stellenbosch University, and his PhD from the University of Cape Town. His further interest is in creation of workplace experiences for students. Dr. Jacobs, you may take the floor. Thank you for gracing us today as well.
Thank you very much, Meshongwe. That introduction I don't know that person, but thank you very much for that. Can I just say, Program Director, we don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to go on a very high level presentation here. I just want to say that all of the things that all three previous speakers, including the Deputy Minister early on, has spoken about emanates from the education system. I believe that the education system for architects is deeply flawed. And the challenges that one sees in the education system especially disadvantages the disadvantaged. And I'm going to show you when I go through when I do my presentation. Now, I'm going to ask the questions, but I want to challenge SACA, Chair. What are you going to be doing about the areas of challenges and concern that I'm going to be raising? Now, there are a lot of lecturers in this meeting today. There are lots of architects that have come through the system. And unfortunately, sometimes we keep the same of the same because we don't like to change. So I'm going to challenge SACAP today and the university system for architects. If you ask students who've studied architecture, either the degree or the diploma, it is one of the most intensive programs that you will ever study. It is also, Chairperson, that the challenges, as I previously said, affects the disadvantaged students more. And so a question I'm going to ask right at the beginning in my introduction, what are the universities doing about this? What are lecturers and curriculum specialists doing about it? And what is SACAP doing about it? So what is the first thing? And we take this very lightly. One of the first things that affects students in architectural studies is mental health issues. We don't come close to understanding the mental health issues for architectural students. You can look at the dropouts, the student dropouts at universities, architectural student dropouts, and ask them why. They suffer from fatigue. Their courses are too long. They suffer from, one in 4 students that were interviewed not so long ago was saying they will need intervention for mental health issues. So this whole culture of overwork and overworking our students. When I was the associate dean at CPUT in engineering, we also had the architecture department in our deanery. Students used to come there with their sleeping bags because they can't finish what they must do in the day. Now, those same students come from townships. How do they get home? How do they work these long hours in the townships? Yet it's expected of them, and they often are taught by white lecturers who don't understand the background. They don't have sympathy for them. And so you have not only overworked students, you also have the stress of these learners because of these long, intensive courses, high tuition fees, the fear of debt, the need to balance between study and work, because sometimes they have to work at Pick and Pay to be able to pay their fees, poor job prospects, internships that are linked to long working hours, high competition, and workplace discrimination. So that's not all on the education system. So I asked the questions under mental health issues. Where do our poor students find funds for medical assistance? How do they work long hours in small homes and often homes without electricity? How do students find public transport late at night? So the next point that I want to raise is the whole issue about constant criticism. We have people with fragile systems who come from deep rural areas, where architecture was the last thing that their parents never ever spoke about it. They read it in the books for the first time. So where does that intellectual knowledge and that inside knowledge come from? So then they go and they do this, and they've got the long working hours, and so they are then critiqued all the time. Every single time they are critiqued. And maybe rightfully so, because they're going to be working for a boss one day who's most probably going to be very, very strict. And so we need to prepare them for that. But how we critique them, Chairperson, is the question. Are we sensitive when we critique these students? How are lecturers becoming more sensitive to the anxiety that criticism and critique causes? And so we're not wanting to lower standards. Let me make it very clear. But I'm saying it is how we're doing, not what we're doing. And the lack of reality. One of the most urgent issues that we need to check in the education system, lecturers are saying it's not my responsibility to ensure that students are work ready when they leave here. I'm here to teach them content. So the question I ask is, isn't it a double-edged sword? How can we not be creating students who are work ready when they leave? I ask the question. And then what happens when the students leave? They go to a professional, they go to a practice, and then the architects at the practice must do the work of the lecturers. And they need to do that while making money for the practice. And so one has these dichotomies and tension all the time. So I ask myself the question, why can't universities start small practices so that all of the work that is done and the projects that are done at the universities are industry-based? So they go to an architecture and they lead a company and they partner with them in terms of the project, so that the projects are real, industry-based, with real budgets, real clients, and regulatory authorities. Why do educational institutions not start and employ their own students in these small businesses? What are we doing about educators that believe that it's not their role to ensure that students, when they leave, are work ready? So my colleague from the competitions committee, board, the questions that you were asking, why so many whites? Why so few blacks? Why so few females? It starts here. The fundamentals of the education system brings that about. The stuff that Justice Albie Sachs was talking about, just in terms of buildings. You know, we are so traditional in our education system. Have you ever seen a project on developing and designing a kraal? Just asking. Have we looked at Tati Motswai? I mean, likes these urban and his open areas. Fantastic, because we need to get more involved with that. Then one of the last things that I want to say, Chair, is the lack of knowledge. When these students on graduation go for interviews, often these the owners of these companies want to know what they know about construction materials. What do they know about other things other than the architectural content itself? Aren't we too narrow in terms of our education system in developing architects? So when they get asked a question with construction materials or other types, alternative methods, and they can't answer, what do they say? What do you know? Where did you study? So we need to start inculcating a broader bit of education, for our students. So last but not least, Chairperson, we are not teaching our architects to become their own business persons. We don't have sufficient finance in our courses. We don't have sufficient marketing in the courses. We don't have sufficient business practices in the courses. And yet we wanting to start small businesses. We want people to go out there and don't only want to work, we tell them don't work for a boss, and work for yourself. But we don't equip them with it. So this is a fast changing world, Chair. It's a fast changing world where we cannot only be relied to work for a boss. We need to be able to become entrepreneurs, and we're doing too little of that in our education system. Thank you very much, Chair. I know I ran through it very fast, but I really didn't want to take up more of the time. And I will also want to get more involved with, and I'm saying, Saka, you've got my presentation, you've got all the questions that I've asked, it's there. Please, Vice President of Saka, I believe that you are going to take it forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jacobs. Thank you for that. You know, we both serve at CBE, but I think this is the first time when we actually really interacting in a way that, like, as you're speaking with the architecture space, and it's lovely to see how you know so much about our background being an engineer. And I took notes of some of the things that you're saying, because I often would say we need to teach our learners how to bake bread. It's vitally important. And then to talk about we need to be coming out with a global student. Now I've got some questions, and the chairperson did allow that you can keep going. So thank you, Chair. I'd like to limit these questions to the panelists, maybe your answers to 2 minutes, but I'm going to first start with you. I'm going to first start with Kgopolang, because you're talking about education, and the fact that it starts in education. GP, you used to hold a lecturing position at Tshwane University of Technology, and during our pre-validation duty, while I was sifting through the folders, I saw about a 60% listing of Black students, and I was taken aback, and I wanted to know now, how was this achieved? And I remember asking you this. Can you be able to answer me? And how was TUT able to achieve this at the Department of Architecture?
2
minutes.
Yeah, I think, let me be quick with it. It began with a confrontation with a student who accused me of disadvantaging them. In other words, they asked a question in Vernac. I understood the question. I repeated it in English and gave an answer in English. We went on, I think, 3 or 4 questions. And on the 5th one, he says, you know, the Afrikaans speaking students do get an opportunity to try and understand in their home language. You know mine, but you choose not to do it. And I went home and rethought, how do I redo this? How do I find ways to give him an opportunity without necessarily disadvantaging everyone else? And I think 3 main things that we had to look at. 1, intake. We needed to advertise architecture in its Blackness and not to aspire to be what a European ideal of an architect is to the young students in high school. So we had to be Black architects who go and advertise this ourselves so that they can see us. Curriculum, we needed to bring content that celebrates being Black and being African. So small things like replacing briefs for coffee shops with briefs for spaza shops, rather, you know, just to make the content more palatable. And I think the most critical thing was dealing with the peer review system. By that, I mean just selecting a jury that they can recognize or that looks like them. Finding fellow architects to teach at TUT, and finding fellow Black architects to invigilate and be external examiners, so that the content is a bit easier to digest when it looks like you. You know, it was critical to try and create that environment where architecture was not a foreign concept. Over the years, the numbers increased. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, and then you left out one, which is important. You told me that you changed the way that you conduct the entry exams, because I always say it's at the gates. It's at the gates. And it's better as a zygrammatic test about sketch what's in front of you, sketch what's behind this chair, sketch the house opposite you or the tree around you, so that you pick up the ability in the person, rather than tell us about an international building where if you are coming from somewhere in a village, how are you going to know about that building?
Yeah, you're quite right. I think you're also giving the answer within itself.
Okay.
Yes, we had to reevaluate the questions that we put together for students, and also even the method in which.
Sorry,
Okay.
I'm gonna have to cut you. Yes, Dan.
Fine.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I'm gonna need to cut. Thanks. I would like to then ask the next question, if you can keep it to just 2 minutes, Dr. Keith. The jobs and readiness and candidature, in your experience and having encountered the roster government system, that it should work more equitably. What is the picture of practices now versus back then, when companies were able to fund students financially during their studies, and were able to absorb them and promote them through these structures? So now that the roster is gone, back then you had it and the students were able to be funded.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to do, and I'm going to be very naughty. I taught first year drawings in engineering.
Okay.
And one of the first projects I did in engineering drawing, that they had to sketch a bicycle or they had to sketch a wheelbarrow. Because most of the students, even if they were in rural areas, knew what a wheelbarrow was, and they knew what a bicycle was. And that was the first project that they did. And at that instant, before we went into any drawing engines and parts and stuff, we did that so that they could feel at home in the drawing office. And sometimes we want to be over there, but we don't know where to start, where the basis is all about. In terms of, Chair, I'm just going to answer you very, very simplistically. I believe that there's still space for the roster. I believe there's still space for funding of students. I still believe that we have to do it. And I think we must have the will, and I'm hoping that the Deputy Minister is still here, that we must have the will that every single company that gets a tender, that gets a job from government, must ensure that they are funding students at the universities, especially at first year level, Chairperson. I'm not very interested in the higher levels, especially at first year levels. And that those students must have internships during the holidays at those companies. Then you don't need a roster system, Chairperson. You just put it in the contracts that these people sign. If they don't want to sign it, they don't get the job. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, and thank you for that. I like what you also said regarding the sketching and making people feel at home. Thank you. And then my next question is going to be to you, Judge Albie. Judge Albie is at home. You are at home here with the architects, because I have learned that your good wife, Madam September, is an architect. Now, Judge, you wrote a book called The Strange Alchemy of Life and Law. In the prologue, you note the tug of war between being a lawyer and an outlaw against the treachery of apartheid. Now, we're going to be creative here. If you were to give an abstract, say you were to write a book called The Strange Alchemy of Law and Architecture, off the cuff, off the cuff, what summary would you give as an abstract? Not to give away if that might be your possible next book.
Okay, so I'm running for cover. I haven't got a cuff. I've lost my right cuff.
Oh, the other one, yes. Okay.
No, it's of I see huge similarities that we both deal with structures, architecture and law, and we both deal with structures for human beings. And the human being imagines and lives in the structure shelters the human being. In some senses, your structures have to be more rigid to bear weight. If they don't work, everything collapses and the human beings perish. So there's a lot of pure rationality and logic in building, and you have to design around what is sustainable. For us, it's more tenuous. The structures are conceptual, they're ideas, they're laws, they're regulations, they're norms. So our structures in that sense are completely intangible, and your structures are very tangible. Otherwise, it's not a building. But the imagination, I think, binds us both. I went through a large period of my life absolutely enthralled by modern architecture. I grew up with it, if you like. It was revolutionary, it was transformatory. It went away from bourgeois ornamentation and ostentation. It was functional. And then I discovered it became so functional, it lost what Jeffrey Bauer said, that beauty is a function, livability is a function, sociability is a function. It lost all those elements. It became pure aesthetic, wonderful constructions that functioned not for human beings, but for the eye of the architectural beholder as a marvelous kind of a building. And it had to recover that sense of humanity. And I'll just conclude with this because I'm improvising very quickly here. It's that sense of humanity that binds architecture and law. By human beings, for human dignity, not just for people, but for human dignity, where everybody counts, everybody matters. These are the things that I find go. And maybe the last thing is architecture can be very heavy, very forbidding, can frighten Tenji's mother. It can also be delightful. It can be cheerful. It can be fun. It can be whimsical. And the same applies to law. Law can be impersonal, detached, cold, merciless. And law can have a beating heart. It can be warm. It can be resonant. So these are the parallels that I've invented on the spot. I'm glad you mentioned Vanessa September, my wife, my partner. And I saw her battling when she went to UCT at the age of 30, and seeing how, in particular, many African students battled. They're asked to design a building with lifts. They've never even been in a lift in their life. And there was no sense of that. They saw how everything started with Greece, a faraway world, alienating in itself. Of course, Greece was important. Of course, we want to know about the world, but as though there's a single tree growing. And if you're not part of that tree and you can't trace yourself back to that tree, you're an outsider. She had to deal with all that. Now she's a teacher, and it's wonderful. I listen to her speaking to the students with such connection. People growing up in the Cape Flats, in the townships, she grew up in the flats, and seeing the difference it makes, picking up on what Dr. Jacob said, how important it is to have teachers from the communities and teachers who remember they're from the communities and who are proud that they're from the communities and retain the connections with the communities, even if they're living in other areas.
Thank you, Judge. Judge Albie, I like how you lit up when you mentioned her. I've seen her picture. She has a beautiful smile. Thank you so much for indulging us with those thoughts and trying to come up with an answer. But you did, because you were able to draw those parallels by saying that law and architecture is by the people, for the people. Thank you, Judge. And then certainly not last, but certainly never least, Ms. Karabo, I have a very hectic question for you, because I know that we would love to take down this triple BEE requirements. And so I'm gonna ask you this question, that firstly, the purpose of the Competitions Commission is noted as to control and evaluate restrictive business practices. Ms. Karabo, BEE has its knees on the necks of small business, and particularly also architectural businesses and those that are Black owned. We do big buildings, we do hospitals. However, this BEE thing forces impossible hurdles to jump over in order to get work. How can the Competitions Commission use its power of influence on government to campaign against BEE? Sorry for putting you on the spot here, but I'm thinking maybe it's in your authority. I don't know.
Thanks, Sabi. So, Sabi, I mean, the purpose of the Competition Act, right, really is to promote a greater spirit of ownership, right, and particularly to increase the ownership stakes of HTIs, and it's our understanding that the purpose of the BEE Act is really to address the inequalities, right, of the past, and to encourage the integration of Black people in the economy, as well as to support Black businesses, right? And so it's difficult to see how the provisions of the BEE Act could be seen to be a restrictive practice. Perhaps it's something I'm not aware of, but I think both the Competition Act and the BEE tools have really been created for the purposes of transformation. And so the Commission cannot really use its tools or powers, right, to influence government, to do away with a tool that was created to fight the very same fight that we understand the Triple BEE Commission to be fighting. So we've got powers, Tabi, but we are not really that powerful.
So you don't like a fairy godmother. Okay,
no.
well, I hear your views, and maybe I'm looking at them from a small, medium. Sometimes it's a medium, then I'm small, and then I'm small, I'm medium. And that it would be coming to the fact that BEE scoring would say, no, you are not level 1, meaning then you are Black woman, qualified, I'm exceptionally talented, but I'm not level 1, I'm no longer Black enough. I have to make an application to prove my extra Blackness. And so that's the hurdles that I'm talking about. I do understand why it was created, but it's now becoming quite a stumbling block. So, but nonetheless, those are some of the issues. I don't know how we can water them down, but I meant it from that angle. Yes.
All right. No, noted, Tabi. Thank you.
Yes, that's fine. But thank you for your answers. My good panelists, thank you so much for your time. This has been a really biblical moment, so to say, whichever biblical books people look at. But thank you so much, Dr. Jacobs and Judge Albee. Thank you. And GP, thank you, my fellow architect and activist. Yes, and Ms. Mutau, thank you, me. Madam Chair, you can take the helm.
Thank you so much, Councillor Tavi. Thank you to the panelists for the session. We truly appreciate. And we know that we have gone over time, but we are not frustrated about that because we have gained so much from this session. We'll catch up if necessary. We now are moving on to the next submission. That submission will be done by Dr. Dlamini. Dr. Sitabo Dlamini has been in the architectural profession for almost 30 years. He started out as a draftsperson in 1992 and has been rising up through the profession since then. His qualifications include a diploma in architectural technology from Technikon Northern Transvaal, now Tshwane University of Technology, postgraduate diploma in international construction development from the University of Bath in UK, a master's degree in international construction management, and a doctorate in construction management and engineering. I will therefore leave it at that for Dr. Dlamini. The full bio is in the brochure. Dr. Dlamini, please come forward.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. And thank you so much, Deputy Chair, for such a wonderful panel discussion. Very insightful, very powerful statements. It's been so exciting just sitting and listening. Colleagues, I don't know if you'd like me to share the screen, Chairperson, or I can just go through the list.
Perhaps if you see fit, you can just go through the list. Read
Okay.
there. Yes,
Excellent, excellent. I'm sure I'll be no more than 5 minutes. I'll try and run through this as quickly as possible so that we can catch up for the lost time. As part of this process, the Transformation Committee requested registered professionals to nominate transformation champions in the architectural profession. And these are advocates of transformation who actively promoted or are currently promoting transformation through various programs and activities within their spheres of operation. So the nominees for the transformation champions, number one, we've got Dr. Yasim Lakan. Two, we've got the Built Environment Ladies Association. Number three, we've got Dinesh Harib. Number four, we've got Ray Ramlal. Number five, we've got Mr. Nsindi, so Charles Ndugu. Number six, we've got Miss Miranda Porter. The second category is transformation pledges. The committee requested registered professionals to pledge to support the transformation objectives. They received 5 pledges from registered professionals. 3 pledges from were received from SS Architecture. 1 was received from Design Decisions, and 1 from Mr. Tiba Mhlubula. The pledges are as follows. We pledge to remain determined to contribute to the transformation of the architectural profession by acting in a manner that allows inclusiveness and access to opportunities for all. We pledge to remain determined to ensure that all human beings can enjoy prosperous and fulfilling lives, and that economic, social, and professional progress is observed. We pledge to support and create an enabling environment and opportunities to foster the transformation of the architectural profession. We pledge to participate in our capacity to improve the availability and access of architectural services to all South Africans, particularly in the villages and townships. The third category recognized voluntary associations that also had a number of transformation initiatives. First, we've got the South African Institute of the Architectural Technologists, and they were nominated for their programs that relate to candidate mentorship and work vacancy program initiative aimed at mentoring and empowering Black professionals in rural and informal settlement areas. SIAT National Committee is fully representative of the demographics of the country. Student education, they've got a student education fund. They've got what is called the Mentor Female Program, aimed for young women in the built environment. They've got the Student Design Awards. They've got online CBD activities equipped with titles to cater for those who have got hearing impairments, and they've got a student ambassador program. So they were also then, as a result of those programs, nominated for this award. And then we have got the Pretoria Institute of Architecture, the Transformation Committee. They have got a transformation committee there, and all transformation strategic objectives are aligned with SIA and SACAP. They support CBE structured candidacy program. They've got empowerment programs for women in architecture. And they also have design awards for disability workshops. And then you've got the South African Institute of Building Design. They were nominated as a result of their Women's Day breakfast that they host. The educational talks to the youth that they run, free mentorship, free membership for students, and they also provide free access to online CPD workshops. SIA KZN was also nominated for their involvement with the women in architecture programs. GIFA was also nominated for their program that is directed at young people. They've got the Young Professionals Forum. And then you've also got the South African Institute for Architects, which have got the Many Voices Transformation webinar series and Women in Architecture programs. And then you've got SIA Eastern Cape. They've got the annual Women in Architecture event, SIA Eastern Cape Regional Awards and Student Exposure event, the NMU final year student graduates, school career evenings, transformation committee, and they've also got awards of excellence. And lastly, architectural learning sites and students, 11 architectural learning sites and 4 students were invited to attend a webinar to discuss transformation interventions to improve intake and throughput. Only 6 architectural learning sites attended the webinar, and a number of students were part of the webinar. The webinar was recorded and it will be made available on the SACAP website. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm sure I didn't exceed that 5 minutes that I promised.
I'm not going to talk about the clock, but Doctor, thank you so much. We thank you for your submission. It was on point, and just to amplify on that submission, that the build up to this Indaba has been very inclusive, and we really appreciate that the voluntary associations, the architectural learning sites, students participated, and the registered persons. So we appreciate that submission, Doctor. We are then now moving on to the next session, which is education. We need to take a body break. We have a speaker there, Ms. Peter Diaga, and the panelists. Mr. Anes Arnold is the facilitator of that session. I will therefore request that we take a body break. It's now 2:04, and then we come back just at 10 past. I know that I'm pressing us, but we will catch up with time. Sincere apologies for that. Mr. Anes, I'll introduce you just as we come back from break. We are coming back at 2:10. Thank you very much. Thank you. We are back. We are now exactly at 4:10. I just wish to introduce this session for education. You realize that during access and redress, education came out a lot, that it is indeed the foundation. I introduce to you the facilitator for the session, Mr. Ernest Arnold. Mr. Ernest Arnold is a professional architect and urban designer. He graduated from the University of Cape Town before going to complete an MSc in City Design and Social Science from the London School of Economics. As a Chevening Scholar, his work focuses around themes of housing and public space. Notably, he won the World Smart Cities Award in the innovation category in 2018. He currently practices as an urban designer at the city of Cape Town. Mr. Ernest, are you ready?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that introduction. I have the absolute honor of chairing this and facilitating this session on education, where we have a wide array of speakers that sit at the intersection between academia and public and private practice. I'm really excited. We do have quite a jam-packed session. We have a speaker, Ms. Peter de Jager, and then we have 4 panel members afterwards who all, I'm sure, contribute very fruitfully to the conversation. I'll first go ahead and introduce our speaker, Ms. Peter de Jager, who is a registered professional architect with a master's degree in applied ethics, certified in instructional design. Peter's career has spanned various roles in practice, academia, research, and leadership. She's currently employed in the Smart Places cluster of the CSIR, managing the functional building infrastructure impact area. Additionally, Peter serves on the UKRI International Development Peer Review College, is the editor of the Sustainability Handbook, and all of this is also a doctoral candidate at the University of Witwatersrand. Peter's research interests include pragmatics, context-appropriate, evidence-informed approaches to transformation of the built environment, ethical pedagogy, and sociology of professional practice. Peter, I'll leave it to you. Thank you very much for joining us. Peter, I believe you're still muted.
Thank you. I'm also needing just to share my screen.
Okay, sure.
I believe this should work. I think we're good to go, right?
Yeah, we are good to go. Thanks, Peter.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, everybody. So a few years ago, somebody said something to me which has annoyed me ever since, which was that architects are smart and they're not afraid of hard work. And because of that, the seeds of their destruction are sown. I like the first bit, that we're smart, and I'm afraid I have to accept that we are not scared of hard work. And I think we can reflect on whether we can do things a little bit more smartly. So to GP's appeal that we do things which are more intensive and more effective, I would like to say, can we also look at whatever we do to transform our beautiful profession to try and work smartly as well. So as you're probably guessing from my background in the science community, what floats my boat is data, information, and being effective through that. So just before I kind of go into a bit of the data, I'm going to go through some things that are shown to be true or which are not shown yet to be true, but may be interesting to look into. And I'm going to throw out some provocations just to stimulate discussion around this topic as I go along. So the first thing is how the institutional landscape that we have at the moment. Its roots back to like the 1800s. We've had various eras in South Africa's history: a colonial era, a union era, apartheid era, and democracy. And we've had educational institutions formally offering architecture from as early as 1920s in the union era and up to 5 institutions before democracy. We had a number of technicons as well, which offered technical courses separately, and then at the advent of democracy, some of these were merged together So there's been quite a lot of transformation. We've also been joined by a number of private sector institutions. Then we have had, over the same period, huge transformation in terms of our professional bodies. First, they were sort of voluntary professional bodies, but that represented the interests of the profession, but later they became more regulatory bodies. And of course, we included various sister bodies into the profession as well as we went along, and we increased the number of categories that we have for the profession. So you can see in the democratic era, we've had a lot of institutional transformation of our profession. We've also had radical, in the last 20 years or so, radical changes to the way that we do business. Our tools of our trade have radically transformed, making us in some ways more efficient and able to be more productive, perhaps, absorb more work without necessarily growing the workforce, but that has got limits to grow. It's limits to it. I'm going to go into some figures, but before I do, I want to say, in response to some of the messages in the chat earlier, that the way that data is handled and the custodianship of data in South Africa, it's not harmonized. So it's not always easy or conducive to getting data that shows the whole story. We can't, for example, conduct cohort studies, which would be very useful. My appeal here is that we actually work with our data much more smartly to eradicate, and we'd have to do that by eradicating a kind of culture of blame. So you're not worried about sharing your data so that you can also have targeted interventions where the problems are arising. And that mustn't be an additional task for our academics who already have a lot on their plate. So here are the data that we can talk about. 1 in 2 people in South Africa are female. 1 in 2 architectural graduates around about now are becoming female. 1 in 3 female graduates register, so we're losing a lot there. And 1 in 5 on the register are female. So we're as we go along, at each point there's an opportunity to act, but at each point we're losing our women along the way. More than 9 people in every 10 in South Africa are Black. 2 in every 3 architectural graduates are Black, and 1 in 3 on the register are Black. So we're losing Black professionals quite radically. Now, you can see this graph from 2012 to 2018, the number of Black graduates has nicely risen in South Africa from architectural programs, all architectural programs. But the red lines are guys that graduated and never then went and registered at SACAP. This is showing white graduates, which have, in the same period of time from 2012 to 2018, reduced in number quite substantially. But the number of whites missing from the professional register is diminishing. So you're getting a net zero change in our professional register. Now, you probably be upset about losing people from the profession because it costs about 64K per year for fees. State subsidies are between 21 and 650,000 Rand per student per year, and education investment is 8 years. So this could be seen as wasteful. My first provocation of my presentation is that maybe architectural profession dropouts are nevertheless enriched by their education. SACAP, of course, will be unhappy about losing people to the profession, but maybe they nevertheless become meaningful contributors to their respective communities. We don't know because architectural education, architectural learning sites don't routinely perform exit interviews. But we know that the course of design thinking is one of the fastest growing disciplines, and it's applied outside of the built environment. So maybe, although we're losing architectural professions, maybe it's not really a major problem lost to the country. So that's my first provocation. The second topic here is we are and we are not unique. In South Africa, we complain about, or we're concerned about losing women in the profession and Black people in the profession, but that is a topic which actually is very widely experienced, and it's experienced in other professions, not just architecture and so on. So there's a lot of other countries that we can look to for their experiences on what's worked and what hasn't worked, and there are examples where there has been good transformation in various sectors, both from a gender and from a demographic point of view. So here are just some of the international things. There's lots and lots of international work in this area, in the architecture space particularly. So I want the third thing to talk about is why do people leave? So there are a whole lot of ideas about that. We know, for example, architects often become disillusioned. There's some image of what an architect does out there in the marketplace, but maybe how it works in reality does not square with our stereotype before we start. And that's something that can be addressed. Maybe the images, the institutions are a barrier. We don't relate to them. They seem old-fashioned and from different places plucked into our space, and something that, you know, is not relevant to us. There's this issue of congruence. This one's actually interesting because it's quite robust. There's good evidence to show that if you would like your students to stay in your institution, you must have people who look like me in that institution. But it turns out you don't have to have an exact match. It's quite robust. We're not that superficial about it. So other things just than other people looking like us matter, like are their values the same, and so on. So you do need a mix of gender, you do need a mix of races, but it doesn't have to be exactly gender reflective to be good enough. So that's quite interesting. This copy-paste culture means that we are excluded as professionals from engaging on much of the built environment, the design and production of much of the built environment as it is produced in reality today, which means that our profession's relevance is really called into question. So this brings me to my second provocation. So there are many perspectives and points of view on what transformation means, what its root causes are, what the solutions might be, but some of these are mutually exclusive. Let's take the example of triple BEE. Some people are calling for it to be intensified, others for it to be eradicated. In the end, we are going to need a multi-pronged approach, but not all ideas for initiatives may be effective. All right. So here are some interesting case studies on student retention taken from international literature. There, first of all, there's 100 years of research into what makes people leave organizations or stay in organizations. So it's a very, very well studied topic. In this instance, a UK healthcare student program, they found that students were leaving. And they didn't like that because it's very expensive. So they introduced a longitudinal study, which is fantastic because then you track progress over time. It covered 20,000 students with over 2,000 respondents. And the students identified factors for wanting to leave and stay. Particular interventions were introduced to address those, which included personal support, managing expectations, campus-based support, curated placement, and there was no change, even though an expensive long-term intervention, which was supposed to address all the well-researched needs, was put in place. So they concluded from this study that student attrition is a wicked problem. It's got too many competing and changing requirements, too many stakeholders, and the problems and processes are just a nightmare. But they also pointed out that students who feel socially and academically integrated into their academic and work placement environments were more likely to persist in their studies. So this was an interesting study because they basically said, Student attrition is something that you're not going to easily solve, or maybe you'll never solve it. But in the and that's a peer-reviewed study. It was very highly regarded. Here's a second case study for college outcomes for Black Americans, which was fascinating because it's subsequently been replicated, and all it was a very humble 1 hour intervention with new students arriving into a campus, where a peer interacted with the new students, normalizing their struggling and talking to them. So almost like a peer mentorship program. They said that listened to the students and heard what's wrong or what the experience were like, and positioned their struggles as normal and telling them it improves with time. They immediately found a difference because it was a randomized control design, which is considered a very excellent research design strategy. They found psychological improvements, relational improvements, health improvements, and academic improvements. What was amazing about the study was that a 7-year follow-up study showed that all of those, except possibly the health improvements, persisted over time. So that was an amazingly cost-effective intervention, very simple and doable everywhere. So that is very interesting. Also in a credible science journal, and the study has been replicated. So there's good news. It doesn't look like it's actually necessarily entirely wicked. There's also a lot of untested, speculative, and intriguing things which we should probably look into and try. There's a lot of work going into alternative curricula. There's lots of interesting resources which are kind of becoming available, manifestos and so on, like these ones, but many more. We have a lot of tentative local initiatives kind of going on. And we need to maybe look at how we measure the success, how we replicate the successful things without, again, instituting a kind of blame or a vulnerability culture for people who are having the courage to experiment. And then there are lots of digitally organized pressure groups. There's a proliferation of them internationally, and we're also starting to see, especially in the gender domain, a lot of local things we can probably do better in terms of race, and also in terms of disability and other dimensions of diversity. So this brings me to my third and final provocation. We have transformed our profession in many ways. I showed you institutional transformations, the categories, pathways, tools of the trade, and all of that. But they have made frustratingly frustratingly little difference to the transformation issue. So it's disarming for youth to hear that after investing so much time to become a professional from the Deputy Minister, that our knowledge is sort of perpetually obsolete. It's very discouraging. This, together with the extreme volatility, which is characteristic of the construction sector in South Africa, discourage young people to join or stay in our profession. And if we focus on stable, trying to stabilize things a little bit, make them much more rewarding and less risky in the profession as a culture, and not trying maybe not to work so hard, we might find it more attractive to the youth. So are we sending the message that we're never good enough, especially to our students? And to get to where we need to be, maybe we need to start lobbying outside our own echo chamber to unlock esteem for our profession and what it can bring to the built environment amongst citizens and investors as well in the built environment. I would really like to say thank you so much for the opportunity. I hope I've been provocative and that I've shared some information which is interesting and useful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter. Thanks for that. That was That was very insightful, and we hope the provocations that you put forward, the 3 provocations you can put forward, can be a source of robust conversation, hopefully in this session, but also beyond this session. So thank you so much. I will sort of pose questions at the end of all the panelists speaking, but thank you once again for that. I'm going to go ahead and introduce our first panelist. Normally students are sort of left by the wayside at the end of a panel conversation, but I have the privilege of introducing a student first, Ms. Thando Maweni, who is a student representative at the University of Johannesburg. She's currently a 3rd year Bachelor of Architecture student. And she's grown up in Johannesburg, so it's quite interesting to hear about her experiences at the university, as well as the role that she aims to play going forward. I did also sort of brief the speakers that we will try and focus on action-orientated topics of conversation, so that we can begin to plot a clear way forward as to how, as to the role transformation needs to play in our spaces of education. But without further ado, I'll introduce Ms. Thando Maweni.
Thank you. Good day, panel members and those in the audience. I'd like to begin by thanking SECAP for the opportunity to participate in this Indaba. In my preparation for this event, it was essential for me to define and try to break down what the word transformation means to me and for me. And the Cambridge Dictionary defines transformation as a complete change in the appearance or character of something so that it is improved. However, as I continued to research and further break down this word, I eventually concluded that it could be defined as going beyond or overcoming an existing form or construct. Therefore, within the context of this event, the word transformation speaks to an undoing or decolonization of architecture, both in how it is taught in architectural learning sites and the overall experience of the profession. Further, it means investigating and overcoming challenges faced by students, candidates, professionals, and those who are yet to come. In my experience as a 3rd year student at the University of Johannesburg, I feel there have been quite a few ways in which I have experienced transformation. The first is its interdisciplinary approach to teaching. While other universities closely associate architecture as part of the engineering and built environment faculties, the Department of Architecture at UJ has placed itself amongst other creative disciplines, which I believe has allowed students to shift in their thinking of what architecture is and what it entails. This interdisciplinary approach to teaching then allows us as students to draw from other creative fields to create something which has an identity and character, and allows for a sense of placemaking, as well as to change the idea that architecture is solely based on the production of buildings. Architecture to me is then the creation of space that is carefully thought out, well designed, and considers the lives of those who use that space to a great extent. The second way I have experienced transformation is within the curriculum. In considering the curriculum for schools, it is not only what is taught that is important, but also how it is taught. Architectural education cannot exist in a vacuum, and schools must do their best to establish links with their surrounding communities. This is essential in contextualizing the knowledge we gain in school and deepening our understanding and connection to the cities in which we learn. Further, the accommodation of various programs of architecture, such as the diploma and advanced diploma programs, aim to cater to those who may come from disadvantaged schools or have not met the requirements for the degree program. This allows students a space in which they too can realize their dreams within the profession, and even more so, makes accommodations for those who would prefer a more practical approach to studying architecture. However, one aspect that I do question is the role that the history of architecture as a module plays as a tool in transformation. In my experience, history has always been taught from the Western point of view. And while this does have a valid place in our learning, there's little reference to African architecture and its influence on a global scale. This in turn makes it a little more difficult for students to place themselves within the profession. With that being said, I feel that it is important for architectural learning sites to reflect on whose work and precedents they are prioritizing within their curriculums. as well as who they select in teaching students and what exactly it is that they are teaching to ensure that it is truly transformative. Residing in South Africa, a country in which the oppressive nature of apartheid is still evidently seen in how cities, townships, and rural areas are segregated and marginalized, it is important that students are taught not only of that history, but also how we as spatial practitioners can view these cities from a socio-political standpoint and learn to design in a way that transforms these spaces to rectify past injustices. What I feel could be done to further transform the state of learning in architectural learning sites is to actively expose students to different avenues of the architectural profession. While there's a lot of emphasis placed on studying architecture so you're able to go into practice, more can be done to encourage students to go into academia, whether it be through writing or teaching. And I think this could be done at various scales. Firstly, within each architectural school, in the form of quarterly reviews written by students about their projects and experiences. Secondly, across architectural learning sites, in which editorial committees can be formed to decide on specific architectural themes they would like to focus on, which could be published on online platforms so that it is accessible to all. And lastly, by hosting student conferences in which professionals can be invited to contribute to these student networks. I believe that by doing this, we would be able to create a more accessible and formalized approach to a horizontal correlation between students and encourage peer-based learning at a student level. This would also form a base of precedents for students to learn from and allow them to develop their own voice with regard to architecture. In the spirit of transformation, one question I asked myself was, how do we begin to change the narrative that architecture is a profession meant for white people or the privileged? In my attempt to answer it, I had to first consider the basis for this narrative among students. The first thing that came to mind was a lack of awareness or exposure as to what architecture is at a secondary school level and the role that it plays in society. The second was the financial and technological division, which becomes painfully evident in universities. The third point is the fear of not being able to find employment after completing their studies, along with not feeling adequately prepared to enter the work environment. And lastly, the inability to access postgraduate studies due to a lack of funding opportunities. However, I feel that this is also a question that I pose to panel members and SACAP to assist in answering. To summarize, architectural learning sites should adopt an interdisciplinary approach to teaching and encourage real engagement with their surrounding communities. The role that history plays should clearly speak to a transformed way of thinking and representation within the profession, and students should be exposed to different avenues of architecture. I believe that transformation is experienced and seen through different lenses, and is in that sense subjective and evolutionary. It requires continual reflection and a curious and open-minded attitude, as well as a willingness to learn from one another and be willing to let go of old, outdated traditional values. Thank you.
Thank you, Ntando, for that contribution. That was excellent. And I like how you put through some concrete solutions as to what we can take forward. And I echo your sentiments. You mentioned not what is taught, but how it is taught. But I'd also go further as to ask who teaches that and who is the conveyor of the syllabus. So you also spoke about actively exposing students to alternative means, whether it be academia. And if you can get more Black architects and students into academia, that immediately closes the loop of the cycle about who starts to convey the information, who teaches the history, and who is being represented. Thank you so much for that. And I hope you'll get some answers to your questions about the role of history. I think we have some panel members that can contribute as well as to the syllabus that is being taught. Thank you very much, Ntando. Our next contributor is Mr. Dumisani Mhlaba, who is a practicing professional architect. He obtained a research master's of architecture at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. He has a balanced vocational background in the profession and sort of sits at the intersection between public service, private practice, and academia. Common in all of these sectors has been his innovation in leadership to transformation. He was entrusted with the Office of Transformation in his time as an academic at the University of Natal and later University of KwaZulu-Natal. Mr. Mhlaba has since maintained his interest in research and exploration of the indigenous history of African heritage, which I think fits in well to Ntando's point about the role of history. He currently serves in the board of KwaZulu-Natal Heritage Authority, AMAFA, and Research Institute, where he chairs the Heritage Resource Management Committee, while also involved in the Research and Innovations Committee. And Mr. Mhlaba, I hand the floor over to you.
Good afternoon. Thanks, Chair, and good afternoon to everybody. Thanks for the opportunity and the introduction. It's encouraging and interesting to see the remarks by previous speakers, all speaking to the same challenge with the same attitude. In fact, they hit the nail on the head, which I'm going to be talking to also. I hope to be brief, because actually it's like I'm summarizing what everybody has spoken. That's the beauty of being at the end. Let me clarify this argument, and thanks to Dr. Mteto for reading the citation of my paper. It was a good brief summary. Just to clarify on that part, my view to the demographic transformation, that is inclusion, right as it is, it's inclusion or demographic transformation. It's only about the leveling of the playing field, which had to happen. But now, leveling of the playing field, and the question is, playing what? I think that's where we get stuck. When we focus on inclusion, basically inclusion, it means in my understanding, it's to be allowed to enter a territory that has been owned and conserved by others. And there you're bound to play to the script of the host. And this is where we are stuck. Now, the task is to transform the education, not just the education space. I hope I'm making the difference very clearly. Unfortunately, we are stuck there in the transformation of the space. That's my main argument. Now, looking at my view to the transformation of education, or view to education of architects, which I titled my paper, "The Making of the Architect," because I see, I've observed that the mindset of a practicing architect it's actually shaped by the education system and the content that makes them. That is the mindset and practice and everything. It's a manifestation of the education system and content that architects have been fed with. I remember it was 2005, I was presenting in a conference in my university on transformation of architectural education. That was 2005. I made quite a piercing, challenging remark, questioning the current education content that we had at that time. Going back to many decades, I had to be blunt and said the education that made the lecturers and professors that taught us used the same material that I'm here in this university to use also. That's 2005, post-apartheid. And nothing was touched. Nothing was changed. So we are still using the colonial and colonizing education material. And we want to satisfy ourselves that we have occupied the space. To me, that was not enough. And that's a statement that I'm still saying even now, that the transformation of architecture begins with the transformation of the education. Let me correct myself. The transformation of the architect begins with the transformation of the education. We spent many years enough to have our mindset shaped in a certain way. Now, I want to appeal to SECA to take the transformation or decolonization of curriculum into the list of requirements for accreditation. I still wish to see that. If SECA wants to sustain and see results of transformation in institution, the good of that will be for shared values and ownership of the profession, because then I don't want to say we have reached the target. We have not reached the target, but there has been already sufficient evidence that transformation is happening in as far as the demographics is concerned, though there's still quite some path to walk. But I wish we can begin to speak even louder about the content that makes architects. The education as an environment and as material or content. I look at my generation of graduates of the same institution. When the university invited me to join there as an academic, I was entrusted with the Office of Transformation, where I had to look into issues of intake at first year and exit at postgraduate exit level, and issues of staffing, issues of curriculum. But now, here am I, it's me alone there. I'm being sent to go and recruit, especially local Black architects, because there are Black graduates that already exist. When I took the step to invite them, recruiting them, I had a big challenge because no one wanted to come back there because of the emotional exhaustion that they went through in their experience as students, and the fact that we all come out of the institution as architects without any encouraging identity in the field that we are practicing in. Now, that alone, especially the traumatic experience, they did not want. Everybody was saying that was not my place. Now, to me, that proved that the environment, the education environment, and the context was enough to twist the necks of the graduates whose space had been allowed. They went in there, but still it doesn't fulfill. And I had to motivate to the university that we have to break the borders. And we invited academics from elsewhere outside the country. That worked, but still was not enough. And hunting throughout the country was not working out until one had to go back to senior students now, grooming senior students to consider the line of academia, using the slogan that the university was using of growing our own timber. It worked, but up till now, still, it has not really fulfilled, because as we all acknowledge, the gaps are still too wide, are still very wide. Now, the other side of this, which I am, in lack of a better word, criticizing, is that the generation of graduates, that first generation of graduates post-apartheid, the quest for fulfillment, it got stuck in penetrating the space that was previously inaccessible, and everybody camped there, and the satisfaction that we're in the prestige profession, we are making money, we are designing big buildings, we are successful and all that. I think that is where even now the majority of our architects are still stuck there. Where I say we have to go back and make meaningful, transformative contribution to the profession. I think I can stop there unless there will be some questions. But thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dumisani. We'll keep questions for after. We are running a bit tight for time. But thank you so much for enlightening us about your experiences, and also your appeal to SACAP. We heard it about the decolonization of the curriculum, or transformation of the curriculum, as well as transforming education, not particularly transforming education spaces. I mean, I'm in slight disagreement with you, but we can chat about that. Thank you very much. There's obviously a large leaning to speaking of curricula and syllabi. I mean, it was picked up by Peter as well as Ntando and now yourself. So hopefully we can unpack some of this with our next two speakers. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, who is Professor Ambrose A. Adebayo. Professor Adebayo is an emeritus professor at the Architecture School of the Built Environment and at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. He was a former head of school at the same institution. He's also the former co-president, member of UNESCO UIA Architectural Education and Validation Committee for the global and African region. He's the former chairman of Board of Education, Research and Technology of the African Union of Architects. He was educated in Vienna, Europe, with a degree of a Masters of Architecture and a Doctorate of Technological Science degree in Architecture from the Technische Universität Vienna. He is an academic at various universities and is widely published. He has also successfully supervised master's and PhD candidates in architecture, urban design, planning, and housing. Professor Adebayo's professional career spans from Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. He's a founder of a successful architectural firm established in 1997 in Durban, which I believe is 5 years after he arrived in South Africa. The practice is entitled Ambro Afrique Consultants. He's a recipient of numerous architectural awards, both locally and abroad, namely the Cardinal Koenig Prize in Vienna, the Landscape Architecture Award, Property Award, and KwaZulu-Natal Architect Award. He is a member of various professional bodies in South Africa, as well as internationally. Thank you. I welcome you, Professor Adebayo. Seems like we're having some technical difficulties. Professor Adebayo, are you with us? Perhaps while we try to get Professor Adebayo online, I will introduce the following speaker. Apologies, I have to sort of adapt on the fly with technical challenges. So our speaker following Professor Adebayo is Dr. Finzi Saidi, who's the head of Department of Architecture, Department of Architecture at the University of Johannesburg. He currently holds a PhD in architecture from the University of Pretoria, a Master of Landscape degree from Newcastle upon Tyne University, and a Bachelor of Architecture degree from the Copperbelt University in Zambia. He has taught at 4 African universities, the Copperbelt University, the University of Pretoria, University of Cape Town, and currently at the University of Johannesburg. His teaching and research activities has been exploring transformative pedagogic approaches in architecture and landscape architectural education. Professor Saidi, Dr. Saidi, welcome.
Thank you, Anis, and thank you again to SACAP for inviting me. It's really a pleasure and honor to speak at this platform. I think I can share my.
I'm here now. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Professor Adebayo. While we have Dr. Saidi online, Professor, can I just ask you to hold your comments until after he's complete?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, right. Thank you. Thank you. Now I would like to share my presentation. Just take a moment. Screen. Can you see my presentation?
Yeah, yes, we can, Dr. Saidi. But we do have the speaker view, so we can see both your notes and the slides. I think you need to change the view style.
How do I change that? Just wait.
I think it is that the screen, in the bottom of that screen where it's like a screen with a cross over it. Just select that, see if that works.
No, it's not working. So let's just do this.
Okay, go for it.
It's a nightmare.
Maybe you should refresh it like mine.
Okay, colleagues, I'll just start.
Sorry, Dr. Saidi, can I pause you there? We can't see it as it's better if you just present it from your PowerPoint, and then present, because we can only see we don't see the screen that you're presenting as clearly as you.
You don't see the screen.
We do see it, but it's very small. So
oh, I see. Okay.
Maybe
let me just try to take it off. I'm trying to take it off so that I can just speak to it. But I'm not winning. What's the technology?
Sorry, Anes, Dr. Saidi.
Yeah.
We can see the screen. You see slideshow. Can you see slideshow?
At the bottom?
No, at the top. Just to check at the top of the screen, just above there where you are.
Yeah.
The slideshow. Go above a bit. Above slightly, where the cursor is, you can just move the cursor a bit.
To where? I just want to get out of it so that you don't see it. I'll just speak to it.
Maybe you just speak to it now.
Okay, it's visible though.
It'll be okay. It's
Sorry.
legible outside, but it's okay. So yeah, we can continue.
Okay. All right. Thank you, colleagues. I'll speak about my experience as an academic over a long period of time through about 4 institutions of learning, but mainly to focus at what we're doing at the GSA and UJ in terms of transformation. What I would like to say first is that we have been, for a long time at UJ, been guided by what is called the transformation plan. UJ when we started around 2005, when it was formed, we embarked on a transformation in the whole institution, and we've been informed by the transformation plan that speaks really to two main components that I would like to discuss today. Firstly, it's a staff component. And we had been asking who teaches our diverse body of students. And we know that through experience, you've heard many other people speak, that there is new areas of knowledge that we have to develop because of the diverse body of students, and there are no experts. And so we've embarked on a project that speaks to growing our own wood. We must train our own next generation of academics. And in that, we ask who is given the opportunity. We know that Blacks and many other races, apart from the white, haven't been given the opportunity to participate in the institution as academics. And so our transformation plan has been speaking to us giving that opportunity, whether be it on a full-time or part-time basis. And so we empower our young academics to teach at every level. And you will know that teaching, say, at master's level or honors and masters at most of these universities for academics of color is a challenge, has been a challenge. It's been dominated by one group only. And so we've deliberately embarked on a program that develops young academics by exposing them at every level of teaching. That's the staff component that we've developed. The second aspect of transformation is curriculum review. Others call it decolonizing the curriculum, but we've been asking ourselves for a long time, what do we teach? And how do we teach it? And who teaches it? What are the implications of changing the kind of people that teach in this curriculum? And so maybe to move on from that as a development is that part of what we've done is to develop what we call a unit system Africa. Unit System Africa provides an opportunity for students to have access to learning at honors and master's level through different research studios that we call units. And so if you go to our website, you will see that there is a GSA or Graduate School of Architecture unit system in which we have about 6 units that teach different research aspects by very different groups of individuals with interests in similar research areas. And so we have thought of architecture in many ways. For instance, Unit 14 or Research Area 14 looks at ports and passages. Unit 15 looks at landscapes. Unit 17, makings and materials. Unit 19, unsettling ground, which looks at various aspects of from politics to religion. And we have film. And we have Unit 21, which looks at cartographies of memory and history. And so through those, we identify champions academics who are surrounded by young academics. And if I were to show you a picture of them, I don't know if you can see it. It is a diverse group. It is mixed. I would go as far as saying this is probably the most diverse and more gender balanced group of people teaching at master's level in any one university that you can find in South Africa at the moment. And so we're growing our own wood in that way. Tando, my student, mentioned that we have multiple programs to allow students to develop from or enter the university from diploma to the master's program. In between that, we have an advanced diploma that allows our students who come from diploma backgrounds to enter the higher, the postgraduate programs. And so we have deliberately designed those programs to allow more access for our students. It is a costly affair, it is a costly exercise in a context where education is being corporatized or corporatized, whatever the term might be, because most of the universities tend towards offering bachelor's, honors, and master's program, and diploma programs have been sidelined. We've kept ours at an expense, though, and many times we have to fight with the faculty in order to give us resources for that. But we've kept it because of this whole idea of us being a comprehensive university that allows a broader group of students access into the architectural profession. With that, I would like to also add that even though we have the diploma programs and advanced diploma programs, the higher certificate or certificate programs that produces draftsmen is not addressed in any of the 11 academic learning sites. And that's an area in which I can ask SACAP to begin to look at seriously, because that will ensure real access and also transformation of the student body. We have support systems for students, which include psychological services. I know that, I think it was Dr. Jacobs mentioned something about support for mental health. There are very comprehensive programs for that. We have finance systems where we finance missing middle students. We have bursaries every now and then coming in, including from private industry. And now for 2023, we've got a call for honors and postgraduate students bursaries that targets students who with an income of less than 40,000, if I'm correct, per family income. They'll give funding for that. So these opportunities are few, but they are coming. In terms of support for academic staff, we have what is called NGAP posts and teaching and innovation funds that helps to develop young academics, and those are in place at the moment. But I think problems are there in that you will know that academy is not as perhaps rewarding as practice. And so we get a drift, or we get staff who come and start intending to be academics, and when they find it's not rewarding, and off they go into practice. And sadly, sometimes it is not practice that we lose the academics to. We lose we lose academics to other industry. For instance, I think in the last 4 or 5 years, I've lost 2 academics who've just gone into marketing of products, and that is more pay. And that is quite painful if you see that these are very able and gifted and competent potential academics who are being taken out of the industry because we can't afford to pay them. I also wanted to add to the question of why should we be talking about transformation at this moment. It's been 28 years or almost 30 years, things have changed. But to just give you an idea of a time scale, it takes about 20 years to produce an academic, a full academic or a full professor in the university, 20 years. And if you want to do a measurement, actually, you can go around in the 11 architectural sites and count how many professors of color have been produced in the last 28 years. I'm sure you won't come up with more than 5 to be maybe precise, more than 5 academics who are full professors in the last 28 years of color. And that's the time scale that we must be looking at when we're talking about whether we should continue this agenda of transformation or not. I also wanted to add, from my experience, academia is not a nurturing environment for young academics. Now I'm speaking generally here, and I also want to just provoke the situation. Not all of us support the idea of transformation. And therefore, when we get new or young academics into the schools of architecture, we fail to support them. We don't prepare them adequately, and many times we want them to teach at first year level for at least 10 years before we can allow them to teach at third year or at master's or at PhD level. There are serious problems with academy, and that is what discourages many young people to participate in the academic world. And that's why academy is way behind in terms of transformation. I also wanted to add that if, as it's been said, I think it was Architect Reddy, that architecture, the profession, is a political one. I want to add that architectural education is war. It is highly contested in an environment that many young people are really simply put off by that. That's what we have to work with. And I would challenge SACAP that if they really want transformation, they better come up with a better plan than just giving ALS's 40,000 for bursaries for transformation. It's got to be much more than that. Lastly, I want to challenge SACAP and say, architectural professionals are complaining about lack of work and all of that. Why is it that every project in government has an engineer and not an architect? SACAP must begin the lobbying with government to put architects back where they belong in the government, in each and every government infrastructure project. That will ensure that our professionals have work, and I can keep on doing my good work of developing young academics. Thank you for it.
Thank you, Dr. Saidi, for those powerful words. I mean, in my humble opinion, UJ seems to be at the forefront of transforming architectural education. So it's been a real privilege to hear about the system, about the transformation plan, but also about the challenges that academics are facing. I think if we think of the architectural education as a journey to a well, right? We need to make sure that all the students get to the well, but also that the well actually has water in it, which is the preceding conversation that we had today. Thank you very much for that. I think we do have Professor Adebayo with us. I'm going to just ask Dr. Saidi if you can just stop sharing your screen, please, so that Professor Adebayo can take center stage. I'll give an abridged introduction again. Professor Adebayo is a multi-award-winning architect and academic. He received his PhD from the technological science degree from a Doctor of Technological Science from the Technische Universität of Vienna, and he continues and has previously successfully supervised masters and PhD candidates. Professor Adebayo, I noted that was very short, but it was the second time you've been introduced, so I hope it's okay.
It's okay. Thank you very much, SACAP. I hope you can all see me for inviting me to this Indaba, the transformation Indaba. Can you all hear me?
We can all hear you and we can see you.
Okay, that is good. And I'm very happy to be part of this occasion. And I will not like to repeat too much of what has been said, but I think it is also good for me to throw light into the whole process of a transformation since I have taught in another university before I came here in 1992. And I was here where the whole system of transformation started from. So that's one aspect of it. And the second thing, I want to make it very clear too, when we talk about transformation, I don't want us to have a misconception that transformation is only for South Africa, it's only for what we are doing. Even in the next 20 years to come, there will still be a transformation. The rest, advanced country in Europe, they are also doing their own transformation. But the transformation now is depend on the content, the context, and the time. So we must bear that in mind. It is dynamic. It is not static. Every time a new idea will come in and we have to translate the university, transform the education. If I say briefly about my experience when I studied in Vienna with a German language, which was not my, so there must be a reason why we're able to use that language to study, finish our degree, distinction, and also get a scholarship even to do a PhD from the same country. So that idea was one of the things that was in my brain when I joined the University of Natal, when it was part of the white university. Because when I got there, I only see about maybe 4 Black or 5 Black students, which was a shock for me in those days. Now, so having said that, then we must place this transformation in a political order, because it's to transform from one state to the other. And what is happening in South Africa after 1994 is to transform it from apartheid to post-apartheid. So to the system of a democratic society where everybody will contribute and racially inclusive. Those are the key things that we have to look into. And even the educational policy also have, or the vision, also have a political symbolism, which also relates to our curriculum, why we have to change the curriculum, the degree that we had. So that's other aspect. The last aspect that is very critical to bear in mind is the reposition and reframe the people mindset. So that's where you talk about decolonization, transformation of the people, their mindset from what it used to be into the new dispensation. So those are just a sort of a background into transformation. But when you look at transformation, you will also see one of the key things in those days that we are looking at, because when you get to a place, you see 5% or 4 people as a Black man, then you get worried. So the first thing is to transform the demography of the institution. And having said that, then I must also rewind back to tell us that transformation has got many legs. It's a lot of variables that exist within transformation. So you cannot contextualize transformation within one pillar, otherwise it's going to fail. So it has to be integrated with many other things. I will quickly sketch out like curriculum, for example. When you look at curriculum, you'll be looking at the contents, the subject matter, how it's being taught, involve the teaching methods. We have to change, we have to keep some learning objective. What is this learning objective that we are talking about after 1994? And the classroom organization, that's another shock for me. When I go to class, I see white will sit down in one aspect, Black will sit down in one aspect. When you give them a program, it also, that is another problem, because the integration has not really happened. I have to put numbers. Everybody will take one. So you fall whatever you fall to make sure I force the integration. So that is one organization. That also the assessment procedure, the culture of learning and practice in the university is also very important. So sketching all those things. Then what is very critical for me at that particular time, and I was at Natal University, then I become the head of the school, which is not only architecture, and I have which we transform into dean and head of school. So to make it very clear, architecture have got their own head of department, and school is not the same. So, but I have three major departments now to transform. And when I look at each one of them, they have a common agenda because of Natal University did not integrated with any university. If you guys recall, there's also where we use the political issue in terms of transformation when Kadasma came and tried to restructure the university, amalgamate university together. Natal University just transformed into KwaZulu-Natal. There was no student in Westville to join us. There's no architecture there, there's nobody. So we still remain the same things, the same vehicle that I took forward. But what I wanted to reflect, maybe this is my opportunity to share this with you, is that the demographic we have to change. But having said that, the impediment in the education that I see at that particular time was the system of the education in the high school. The foundation was extremely poor. So, and you cannot blame the student, especially the Black student who come from that apartheid education. So that have to be reformed. It is difficult when we got to the university. We have to go to many schools with some of my staff. And there's one key person, Ntebeni Mkise, because he's one of the people I met there as a student. We have to go to all schools around to preach, to look into schools and to understand the system and tell them what they can include in terms of their education. So that is one aspect to change that demographic. Then the next thing again that is important for me to just to shorten the whole thing, not to take too long, the implementation strategy for transformation become very key. So we got this couple of Black students. The economic reality of a context of a place also become very important. So the economic reality, majority of our Black students did not have the money, even though the school fees was about 10,000, today maybe it's about 50, 40,000. So, and what I did at that time, so to learn from the reflection of the architectural education is to go around the whole place. I worked with the government, I worked with the private sector to set up various scholarship. Like Domizani now, who was talking, was one of the people that went through that system as a student when he was there from public works. And I think that scholarship was still there till today. So that is one support system, because you can bring them to the university, they may not be able to have to pay for the school fees. They are demoralized, they can't pay for the hostel. All those type of things is what we need to look structurally. Are those things still in place, or have we respond to all those things fully, which I'm not sure. So because the level of the economy have not changed so much in that population group. So that problem we still partner. The second thing that I also look at in the studio, when we started changing now from coming to computer education, and students have to buy, the computer is more than the school fees the parent cannot afford. So the concerted effort I did at the time was to go around to speak to the university frankly, to make sure that they support us. The intention was for students to be renting, and I said, no, it's not going to rent. The question here, when we talk about equality in education, because I took my education from Vienna and the German speaking environment, they gave me the same quality of education as their own people. That's why I was able to excel. So if we don't give the same equality to the education, then we have a problem. How do you expect a student who cannot afford a computer to be able to be computer literate? So I took it upon myself, and for the fact that architecture was my department, even though I was the head of the school for others, I take very great interest in it, but at the same time, I make sure I contribute to it. So what I'm saying there is that I make sure that the university provide the money to buy the computer for every student. When I was there, every student in that position. We went to private sector, we went to the university, and I went to me. So those things I'm trying to say, you can have a fantastic syllabus and many things when you don't, if your support system is not good, you will never achieve the transformation. And then we have a separate land, which is just for teaching. And in the studio, they have their own, where they teach them computer science and everything, all the program we have, everything at that time. That is why you balance the inequality now. When they are given the same opportunity, and that's why the students begin to excel at the same level. So whether you are from a rich home, you are from a poor home, the socialism of going to school where we wear uniform is to create equality, so that when you are there, you don't feel inferior. So that system also works for the university. So that is one of those things that we did at that particular time. Then the structure of our system, our educational system, does not allow upward mobility for the staff. I was sad that my colleague have mentioned that I go to the university, there are few professors. When I was a full professor in the whole university, I don't think we are more than 3 or 4. So you go everywhere, you are in every committee. And the structure, we have 2-degree system. Transformation, we are talking, we have Bachelor of Architecture Study, although I don't want to mention the one we have in KwaZulu-Natal with postgraduate diploma, that changed. Then we change a Bachelor of Architecture Study. We call another one Bachelor of Architecture Advanced. And the university can change here, they are distinct. Those who have Bachelor of Architecture cannot be given a lecturer. Even though if you are a lecturer, you cannot be promoted, so you are stuck. So the environment is not enabling for you to come in. So what I did is that I changed the last degree to a master degree. We called it new curriculum, we reshaped everything, we did everything, and we submitted to Minister of Education. I think Pretoria University also did the same thing. The rest was not really willing to go with it, but later they joined when their student reviews that they are not good. So the idea is that when you have your master, you will be able to be employed, and there's opportunity for upward mobility to go and do a PhD. As I can report to you today, there are many PhD in KwaZulu-Natal who went through that system and they take the advantage of that and succeeded. So you could see, we can say that nice, beautiful master PhD program, but if those systems are not there, then the university, when we were restructuring the university, because you have to link your school, the transformation with the agenda of the university. And when we changed to University of KwaZulu-Natal, we call it Premier University of African Scholarship. And the idea is that to bring the ethos of Africanism into our curriculum, regardless whether you do medicine, you do architecture, you do engineering, you do everything. So it's a common thing which become part of the university plan and program. And I can show in architecture, as for any of the school who came, we have everything that related to architecture, traditional architecture, history, and everything that we're able to change them so that also they can begin to have a dialogue. Not only in architecture, I also did the same thing in planning. We have many programs also in planning. In housing, it's also the same. So those are the type of those things. But I must caution, when we talk about African architecture, Africanization, we are not saying that we are reducing Africa to a regressive position in the world of architecture. It's for us to learn the principle, to understand it, and then transform it into modern architecture and not a replica. Because that is the problem. People think when they talk African architecture, you must go and put a thatched roof in the middle of the city. That is not the case. It's for you to understand this principle. And not only that, because I taught urban design when I was in Nairobi in planning, and I taught it also in architecture here, and also in housing and urban and regional planning. When you see the formation of cities in Africa, in the rest of Africa, and what we can pick in some of the SADC, there are very profound conceptual ideology and identity that we can use to create cities of today. And what I use that in practice in most of my competition that I won, to transform that, but not make a replica of the past, to transform into a modernity. And I think that's one of those things that our curriculum was able to achieve. And I was able to achieve this because it took a very long time. So what I wanted to say by measuring all those things is the way we structure the curriculum, the implementation strategy, the monitoring and evaluation, and also a self-critique of what we do and with our peers. So I think what is missing, then in the structure of the education, we ask people to go out for 2 years because one colleague says it's too long. When you finish the third year, you go for 1 year, even though you have and then 2 years for those who are very weak to come back. And we send them to outside. When they come back to the university, they come with a logbook to show what they have done. We don't want people to go and serve tea. So all those things become part of the transformation that I took some of them to my office. And when they went back to the university, were extremely good. So that system, that internship, has to be a real internship, not an internship we send somebody, they're just painting in the office. At times I throw the student into deep end of architecture. Because I come from the background, if you see all the Germans, the Austrians, all those people, in the university, the professor practice. They're not just theoreticians. We practice, we taught in the university, and that's the type of education I went through. And that's the type of thing I created. Even for the staff to keep themselves in the university, I asked them to form their own company among themselves and to employ students to work together with them. And one of the projects I got from the university they gave me, I gave it to them. I could have done it and keep it to myself. No, because I wanted that unity among the staff to assist. So in my conclusion, what we've been discussing, we will realize that even many other schools might have all this transformation. I think SACAD need to take a stock of everything, review them, see where a big success so that it's a lesson become a precedent for other universities. And where there's an impediment and there's a problem of not able to achieve it and other universities have achieved it, that can be taken out of it. So that knowledge should not be thrown away. I don't believe there's no transformation. There are, but to what extent have various institutions have achieved? So the implementation strategy also, plus the monitoring and evaluation. I don't believe one of these things that we are doing now, though we used to have a head of school meeting, which I will join them and take this staff in architecture to come to. But this has to be a constant review of the progress of the transformation. That's where there's a monitoring and evaluation, and also setting up a clear objective and goal and the target for each institution. Architecture is science. So we must work in a scientific way with facts and not leave it in a policy open-ended that we don't have a target. That is one thing that I would like to, if we are to achieve transformation. So I will leave it like that. And the last thing again, the university has commercialized. That's another big problem. It's not only research university is supposed to be, it should be teaching and research. So if these two together are not coming very close together and people spend too much time in doing their research because of commercialization of the university, then we will have a problem. And then the other issue about workshop and all those things we used to use before, which are part of traditional architecture making model, that have to be kept, even though we have computer. Because computer at times, they design something so fabulous, but when you go to the technology, the construction, the detail, we are not able to see that. That the interdisciplinary theory, disciplinary something within the curriculum, we have to look into that. How we cross from architecture to planning to all those things, where we can embrace that in our architecture with engineering too, because that's what the background I come from, architectural engineering. So you can be able to explore any form because you know how it's going to be made. So I will have to leave there so that I leave for SACAP to include that in their future endeavor, the implementation strategy, the support system, and the monitoring and the evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Adebayo. Thank you for those words. I think we'll take it home. The implementation strategy that you speak of, the monitoring, evaluation, and the support system. We are about 25 minutes over the session, and I was hoping there was going to be time for questions.
Oh, sorry,
and
I was
answers.
not.
No, it's fine. I think it was a culmination of a couple of things. So unfortunately, we don't have time. I think people are pressed for time on this Friday afternoon, and so I'll try my best to sum up the session that started off with Peter's reflections on the architectural profession, and then Ntando speaking, as well as Dumisani Mhlaba, Dr. Saidi, and Professor Indaba. So there are a couple of key themes that I'd like to pick up on. I think in terms of the provocation from Peter, speaking about, there's one provocation that stuck out to me was that perhaps the students that do not complete architecture are still a benefit to other industries and to other spaces in society, and that design thinking is on the up, so to say, and maybe that's where they're best learning their skills in this technologically forward world that we are in. I think that just leaves me with a question about, who is building our cities and who is shaping the spaces that we occupy, and then how can we maintain or rather improve on the demographic that is shaping this space that is more representative of our very diverse country. There were a couple of themes that Ntando brought to the table that was sort of echoed throughout the remaining three speakers. Spoke about what gets taught, how it is taught, and who teaches it. This led to the question of syllabus and how potentially we can transform syllabus to be more reflective of the students that are being taught, and that the architectural education system is quite masochist. We somehow take pride in people not completing it, which is quite sadistic if you ask me. So how can we support people through the system and then reach a sustainable profession that is monetarily suitable to them? So that was then reflected also by Dumisani Mhlaba, speaking about how to transform education and not transform educational spaces. He also launched an appeal to SACAP that we need to sort of measure how curriculum is transformed at the university level, and how can this be rewarded. He also, what also struck a chord with me was the trauma of having gone through the architectural education system and the unwillingness of Black professionals to re-enter the system, and how is this system further privileging young white graduates who can afford to take time out of their professions, time out of their practice to actually teach, as Black professionals don't have that privilege to be able to do so. Dr. Saidi gave us a very valuable insight into the operations of UJ and how teaching is promoted at all levels, but there's also a loss of teaching staff and academics to other professions. So how can we maintain teaching staff? How can the throughput from a first year graduate, how can someone potentially go through the system to become an academic to start conveying the relevant syllabus that is in place? Professor Adebayo, you spoke about the implementation strategy that can be put in place, and monitoring and evaluating how those things are put in place, and then as well as creating what is important, how can we create an enabling environment for people to succeed within the space. I'm going to conclude with one observation that I made while everyone was speaking, and that is that Dumisani was a student of Professor Adebayo. And Ntando is a student of Dr. Saidi. And I think hopefully the next time we have this conversation, hopefully we'll have this conversation very soon, maybe Ntando can be in Dr. Saidi's position to present reflections on the profession at that time. I think, Peter, that leaves you and me a bit on the outside of this conversation of this full cycle of student to student-teacher relationship to presenting findings. But I'd like to conclude there. I'd like to take a moment to thank all the panelists, the speakers, for their contribution. It has been hugely valuable, insightful. And I think it does start to plot a way forward for us to take as a transformation committee with regard to education. So thank you once again. I hand over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Annette. Am I audible?
You are, yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much to this panel. We know that we had a jam-packed day today. It was a program that looked impossible because of how tight it was. And it has been so well facilitated, firstly from access, redress, and education. And then we want to just appreciate the contributions that we've had from the speakers and panelists. I would just like to go through the summary of our discussions and then the way forward. And then thereafter, I will invite the Vice President to render the vote of thanks. I will share the screen. The purpose of this engagement has been to create a framework for transformation, whereby, as the Act has made a provision for SECAP to advise the Minister, and therefore this will be our submission. The report will be compiled, will have measurables that can be taken and then report back to the industry. In this instance, this is just a summary of the discussions that happened that will be taken to the 5th Term Council and then taken to the Minister and feedback to the industry thereafter. We spoke about access, and we had contributions there that speaks about capacity within government entities to ensure their executable policies. We had that there should be a competitive edge within the architectural practitioners, and then also there should be pragmatic approach that is necessary to enable access. Also a suggestion about parallel procurement processes that need to be established, the tender system and the roster system. We need to fill in a gap for startup resources in technology and accessibility to work, advocating for infrastructure to make it equitable. And then also competitions must not have preconditions. We keep procurement away from competition. And then we move on to framework that is meant to improve lives for community building. So there are a lot of contributions that happened at Access. We've summarized and we will share the summary that we have. What was interesting also from the contributions was that with SECAP's tariff of fees, they are optional, but fees are made mandatory in other countries to ensure that there is sustainability within the industry. And when Dr. Mtetra made submissions with the authors that wrote the transformation papers, he made an encouragement that academic writers should focus on actualization of transformative ideas. We gone to the redress, and we had presentations there from the CCSA, which was speaking about the complaints that have been received regarding the exclusion of architectural draftsperson, particularly to homeowners-led establishments, and also small businesses struggling to enter the market. The economy has to be inclusive. So regarding redress, in the submissions that we received from the panelists, we understood that there needs to be a monitoring of markets, and also architecture is about reinventing ourselves, not only having white males and males in general. We need to redress the way we design spaces and who designed the spaces. Redress is about justice, and justice is about equity. There's one area that was raised also by another panelist that spoke about reparations, that redress is about reparations. So there needs to be joint efforts, and not to do away with certain people, but to make space. So there could be actions of amendments that could be considered, which are bursaries, waiving of fees, redistribution of valued assets. And there was a talk about systematic reforms, policy reforms, curriculum, token measures such as renaming of building and streets. All these submissions, we will take them back to council as a consultation for this framework and report back to the profession. Interesting conversations about education, that there's issues with mental health, there needs to be support. And we heard that it takes 20 years to become a full professor. So whenever we make statements, we should also consider the time scale. And there was a concern about the public transport when students from disadvantaged backgrounds work late at night, constant criticism. How are we making sure that we have construction criticism that make better practitioners? The content of architecture lacks finance, market, and business models for entrepreneurship. We got a contribution there that architecture must be linked to communities. History of architecture can be used as a tool of transformation, and the exposure of students, not only to practice, but academia. Architecture must be multidisciplinary. I'm going on summary of the notes that we have taken. What matters is not what is taught, but how it is taught. And then I'm taking notes as the last panelists were speaking, that we need to transform education, not just education facilities or education spaces, education itself. There are Blacks who are reluctant to join academia due to trauma that they experienced in the institutions. The mindset is necessary to change for transformation to be realized. And we had submission about growing your own wood, building capacity of young academia, creating opportunities to empowerment and growth. Teaching methods needs to change. We also had a statement that I really like, that architectural education is not just political, but it is war. And I believe it is war that we are bound to win. And the last panelist spoke about the system of education in high school, which has been very poor, that reform is necessary to change the demographics. Implementation strategy was emphasized because it is influenced by economic reality. System and structure does not promote upward mobility. And the charge to SACAP is that we need to take stock and review where there are big successes to become precedents that we work with. Commercializing of education is discouraged because it is more now, it's taken more than teaching and learning, which should be our focus. And Africanization does not mean a replica of the past, but learning the principles and the ideologies to modernize architecture. I then say, as a council, we have decided on this engagement, that we engage, that we compile a framework, which then will form our implementation strategy for transformation and monitoring of progress. SACAP Council will then advise the minister and report back to the industry. So that will be the way forward. And this is not our last engagement with those who participated in this conversation. And we wish to thank you for participating, but more so that further consultations will happen at the discretion of council. I just wish to thank you, as I've been the program director. It was an honor, and I give it to the Vice President. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Program Director, Councillor Mandisa, for summarizing that. Colleagues, we have reached the end of our day. It has been a very interesting meandering of a day, a very passionate day, because these are very passionate topics. So I just wanted to tie up with some votes of thank you. I wish to first and foremost to thank the Deputy Minister, Ms. Notkolo Kivit. She has really become a very close partner of these councils of the built environment. And thank you for availing yourself all the time. Wish to thank the head of the administration at SACAP, Registrar Advocate Dr. Fiduli, for being a good partner to us as council members. I just want to thank the stakeholder manager, Mr. Ntokozo, you have been a very, very workable gentleman, but in any case, you continue to be like that all the time. And I just want to thank your team, Ms. Brenda and Ms. Mukete, as well as Miss Mamo. And I just want to thank the various VAs. You are the reach of SECAP. I want to thank President of our council, President Nduku. I just want to thank the council members that have attended today, Councillor Vusi, Councillor Kevin, and our guests. You know, when a guest accepts an invitation, it's a very humbling thing, regardless of who the guest is, their popularity or not. It means they are prepared to honor us with their time so that we can share. I just want to thank you, Judge Albie. You have made our histories as much as you've made the histories of others. So thank you for your presence. And then I'm just going to go in the order of the program, and I want to thank you, Councillor Mandisa. You know, we work well all the time with yourself. Thank you for this. And I want to thank Mr. Clive Truter. These are the committee members of Transformation, as well as I want to thank Tanzim for her contribution. Thank you, Tanzim. I want to thank Mr. Adam Ntombeni. I want to thank Mr. Ruben Reddy. Thank you so much. And I want to thank Mr. Ishmael Musinyi. I further wish to thank Dr. Mtetwa. Ms. Karabo, we thank you for your contribution and really being an essential partner as the Competitions Commission. I wish to thank colleague Khopula Mutswai, and then I want to thank Dr. Keith Jacobs. Mr. Anes Arnold, thank you so much. And Ms. Peter de Jager, thank you. And I wish to also thank Ms. Young Ms. Ntandu Maweni. And I further wish to thank Mr. Dumisane Mhlamba, Professor Adibayo, and Dr. Finzi. Well, I guess I'm the last one on the list, but in any case, yes. Thank you so much, colleagues. I wish you all rested weekends. Thank you for honestly blessing our day with your presence. And then lastly, but not least, to all the RPs and maybe the registered professionals in the architectural space, and maybe those who are also not architectural space that have taken their afternoon to participate with us. Some of you were able to answer your questions and some not, but in any case, we thank you and continue to partake and to be ambassadors of the profession. Thank you so much.
Thank you, VP. We also thank you because no one has thanked you. And I've got a request from Mr. Munetsi that if we can please to open our videos for just the last time. And then after that, I believe we can log off. Just a minute, we open our videos, all of us.
And we wish to thank, yes. Let me just thank Mr. Munetsi. He kept us online. Thank you, Baba Munetsi. Yes, thank you. Yeah. No, thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. So if everybody can put their cameras on, like Ms. Mandisa Pepeta has said, we're just hoping you'll be able to take this huge screenshot and then, yeah, of the towels of the people who have been a part of this. Yeah. I don't know.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
I think we are done now.
That's it. Yes. Yes, the session is closed.
All right then. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Prez.